Alrighty. Howdy. I am Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing another live stream. And I've got some ideas in mind this time around for what we can do with said other live stream. I'm on a little bit slow today. Not really, honestly. Maybe a little bit slow, maybe it's just still basically normal. But I would have been on a little bit earlier if it wasn't for the fact that I got into an interesting conversation in a plugin developer Discord where people were talking about OT, and more people than just me weren't really quite up to speed with what that would be. It's specifically my friend Bacon Paul is being asked for an OT. Basically, whenever that happens, people go to a developer of some kind to go, give me OT. And it's like, okay, dude, what? Do I have to? But what ended up coming up, because we know OT is like a multi-band compressor. It's an Ableton thing. It's an Ableton preset. But what wasn't immediately apparent to me was that OT is a upward compressor, and I've not spent a lot of thought or time working out what those are and how they work. And Paul also was asking, like, well, what's that about? And a variety of us basically just were, oh, that's what it is. Upward compressor means that the knee is on the other side. What it means is that stuff gets louder according to maybe whatever ratio it is that you're using, but then in possibly even an infinite amount. But then if things get louder than that point, you have full dynamics again. So far from not being something that's interesting, upward compression is in fact something that I could fool with. And I told Paul I would get into maybe doing that next week. So maybe we can get back into the plugin developing live streams next week. Certainly be exciting. That said, I've got a number of things to do today, and I'm going to see what I can do as far as getting that going. Also, just out of curiosity, I wonder whether I can juggle my windows around so that when my eye is drawn to the screen, it looks a little more like I'm making decent eye contact. Probably. That looks like that's going to work okay. I like responding to chat, but at the same time, honestly, I don't always get lots of chat, so I'll shuffle things around until they're more akin to my needs. So, I have a weird thing to do this morning, and it's going to be interesting to explore that with you. It's going to involve using different camera shots other than this and my trusty wood stove cam. I would like to experiment with some speaker building ideas. There's a lot of stuff I'd like to do, which in fact in previous years I put some effort into starting to do and then didn't pursue it, in the lines of making physical stuff. And one of the things that I've been thinking about with regard to like my little card game and so on is I'm starting to draw this out in the context of making physical decks of cards. This is how big it would be currently. You deal yourself a hand out of a shuffled deck of these, and then I've more or less worked out how that would work. And I need to fill in the blanks of literally all of these blank cards and figure out what goes there. And so that's moderately tricky. Here's my templates for what I need to do. I've got a couple of pace-oriented things. Pace is the same as tempo, so it'll give you specific tempos to use. But I would like to have a lot of this, for instance, like happy, sad is almost certainly going to involve telling you to use major or minor thirds. But there's a whole bunch of other stuff. Like, for instance, deep and surface could very well end up telling you to use reverb or not to use reverb. And I've got to come up with like 8 reference examples for these card sets, each of which of the 8 gets busted into 3 cards. Both of the cards for tempo go from a very low tempo to a very high tempo, and then the middle 4 get repeated as their own card, which makes the middle 4, which are more mid-tempo normal type stuff, more likely to come up as an accessible option. But then all of this other stuff like essence and space and mood, I need to come up with 8 reference words or concepts for all those as well. So the back of my head is kind of simmering on that stuff at the moment. I won't tell you that I have that all worked out, but I have a strong feeling that I have a good solid start on it. And those are going to become physical decks of cards because I should be able to still have those printed. If the numbers and complexity of the whole thing aren't too complicated, I should be able to make it a saleable product where I can justifiably say, this is how much it costs and it is supporting my general process, because my general process is also making the plugins for people that everybody can have. And it could be called like a fundraiser, but it's also being able to have physical stuff. So in the direction of doing things like that, a few years ago, I accumulated large quantities of like parts and tools and things for manufacturing stuff. Like in my main, well, not that you can see it right now, the camera shot that I use for the videos, you can see a drill press in the back of shot. It's a little hard to pick out, but it's some of the textures and things. Like above the Console X console, you see highlights and things. That's a real live drill press, and I'd need to be using that for stomp boxes. One of the tricks with stomp boxes, though, is that is a pretty heavy business. It involves a bunch of soldering. It's a fairly expensive kind of object. And although you can get things made up like that, I don't really like the way circuits work when they are the kinds of things that you can just order from. I can't remember the name. I haven't done enough hardware building to be super familiar with the names of where you send off. Send your plans over to a place in China and it sends you 100 circuit boards for like $50 or something. And the trouble with that, and it's a trouble that can be worked around, but it's all based around modern manufacturing concepts. So you will easily run into situations where you're using these surface mount parts and everything is incredibly tiny. I've heard the results of that because I bought a Fairfield compressor. And although it demoed very nicely on YouTube and people were doing stuff with it, when I got it and compared it with like an Analog Man pedal, it missed really, really hard, which I think is because everything was so incredibly micro-miniaturized that this pedal could have existed inside like this adapter. The active parts of that Fairfield pedal were pretty close to being able to be contained within this object. That's how tiny everything was. And that's not the case for like Analog Man stuff. So if I'm building pedals, I'm very likely to be building them in more of the Analog Man style, sort of point-to-point wiring with what I can still get that is like hardware transistors and so on, like discrete transistors and parts and stuff. And a lot of that just doesn't get made anymore, so there's a real limit to how far I can go with that. But in the process of doing all of that stuff, I also bought a bunch of wire because I was going to do a DIY thing where I sent you off like some perf board blanks and things set up a certain way. I've even got, I think I could go over and grab one of these things. I made this thing that I was going to make lots more of and didn't continue doing it. I've got several of these. This one has been assembled into a state that is fairly similar to what I'd end up making it, but other ones are more the original design. This is Eurorack rail, and I have more of it too. Built into a shape using some aluminum angle iron. So all of this is aluminum stuff. I got screws that would hold this firmly on. The angle iron doesn't actually cover up all the Eurorack rail properly, but it's what I had available in the going to the hardware store. And these are Eurorack jacks, all of which I have a bunch of all of this. So I could put together a goodly number of these things. What I don't currently have is a way to make it into a useful device. But I probably have enough of the perf board. Do I have examples of that? Let me show examples of that. Stuff's gonna fall over. Stuff's falling over. Stuff fell over. So what I was going to do with stuff like this was get stuff like this. This is from a experiment that I did with my Bastel-Castro modules. I installed batches of them onto these and had little extra controllers for mixing them. So I built those up. I've rebuilt it using more perf board into another device, which is all of them in one with 4 of them across the top so that I could use their outputs directly. But you can also take perf board and make it be like a rack panel across the top of this. Drill holes in the right places, and although this is fragile stuff, you can assemble it together and have it be sort of like your mad scientist circuit board design thing. And this was originally made with these pointing out rather than in. It just so happens that you can set it up so if they're pointing in, it's like covering up the edges and it's fairly cleanly executed. But if you have them pointing out, they almost but not quite fit into a 19-inch rack system. Hey, theory of mine. It honestly might not do a lot of good. So theory of mine 7473 is asking about a book that was the inspiration for my reverb generation research, and you didn't make a note of it, and you've started building MIDI effects. So this is probably not going to help you at all, but I can answer your question. I gotta go put the perf board back. Yeah, I've got the book. this is the book. The book is Artificial Life by Stephen Levy. And the reason that's an inspiration from my reverb stuff is because this talks about the genetic algorithm. And that's what my Into the Matrix program is based upon. Now, it's got other stuff in it. For instance, this flowchart is probably something along the lines of neural networks. That's not what I'm doing. But this is a good background for just all manner of basic concepts in the direction of the genetic algorithm. Probably what's inspired me most is I think it's Andrew Hillis. Yeah. I'm trying to check if it's actually, no, Danny Hillis. Danny, not Andrew. So Danny Hillis was doing just very abstract concepts. This is a graph of his virtual organisms trying to solve a problem. Something along the lines of that. And so we had these virtual organisms that were able to crossbreed. I think he may have actually not implemented mutation at this time, just only crossover. But they were little virtual entities for doing a task, and they were populations of these entities, at first rather random. And the skill at accomplishing the task is farther up is better at accomplishing the task. So this is what happens with the genetic algorithm. At first, it's not very good, and then you get pieces of the genetic makeup capable of accomplishing the task to where it jumps up to a new plateau of commonly successful ways of accomplishing the task. And then there's still a churn inside the population as new things are being tried, but this is the highest possible success that things have reached. And so it keeps going for a while, and then new concepts come into play. The combinations of the task-solving activities reach a new skill point, and the overall skill jumps up again, and then it stays the same for a long time, and then we've got another breakthrough and it jumps up even more. That's how genetic algorithm processes work. The subtitle for that document says, in this experiment, Hillis evolved a population of 65,536 ramps. Ramps are his little organism. Testing them against a problem where the highest score was 100. It could be like a little series of operations, and the fitness test is, did these operations sort a set of numbers from smallest to largest? Did these programmatic operations sort the numbers successfully or not? And you measure, were these sorted? Are they not sorted? Are they in sequence, or are they randomly scrambled? And the output of the result. And that gives you your fitness function. It's abstract in this case, but the concept is still sound. The pattern of their success after a number of generations shows clearly that there are gains in fitness preceded by punctuated equilibrium. Periods of stability were shattered by sudden leaps in fitness. Each upswing in the chart represents a population-wide increase in fitness. Evolution had found a new power that enabled the ramps to deal with their environment more effectively. And the environment is basically, please sort these numbers for me, or whatever. It can be anything. Hillis identified these 3 traits in particular that increased the fitness of these ramps. The discovery of the right combination accounted for the leaps in fitness. When Hillis examined the genomes of the ramps, during the presumably stable period of equilibrium, however, he found that the gene pool was actually seething with activity, setting the stage for the next leap. This sort of simulated evolution uncovers a rich area for biologists to study, a testing ground for evolutionary theory. There was also a good, I'd call it a discovery. I'm not sure people were putting enough weight onto it. There was a good discovery where Hillis got way better results out of his ramps by making the problem sets use a countervailing evolution process. In other words, the ramps had to be able to solve problems of some kind, typically mathematical. They're abstractions. It's just the concept of the thing, rather than whether it's doing anything useful. I have not dipped into pure data. And the working with just only the ramps and sorting the numbers or whatever, it was all very well. But he got enormous jumps in efficiency when he introduced intentional, like, problem spoilers, a countervailing evolutionary pressure where the problems being given to these ramps were governed by what he called anti-ramps, which tried to make maximally difficult problems to solve. In other words, rather than just having simple sequences of numbers, which, for all you know, might already be well sorted, so that's too easy, it would be having these other things, giving the problem sets to the ramps and intentionally making them as difficult as possible. So personally, I have tended to draw societal conclusions from that speak eloquently to why big, bustling, difficult, awkward, frustrating cities like New York City and LA and so on are such hotbeds of innovation, is that those are the places where lots of immigrants come, bringing their own challenges and making things difficult for everybody. Because sometimes making things difficult for everybody gives you the most progress, rather than stultifying and having everything be easy. It's just my thought. But yeah, so that is answer to this question. And this is an example of some of the stuff that I've been doing in the world of hardware. And I'm going to spend a few minutes in the beginning of this stream doing a sort of hardware experiment with physical stuff that, if it works out, not only could I build such things, and if they were great, sell them to people, probably for not, it's not going to be in the same world as me doing the open source software, because that really is like, yeah, I can give these things away because they don't cost money to produce. But what I'm hoping is I can come up with stuff to do, for instance, with the quantity of wire that I bought when I was going to set people up with things like this and send you like 50 feet of wire and a bunch of random parts and go, here's your DIY kit, have fun. I was really moving towards trying to do that, and then it kind of fizzled. But it left me with mass quantities of a bunch of stuff. And so I wonder whether I can come up with things like, I'm very interested in the prospects of making minor improvements in stuff that you mostly do not hear or register and mostly doesn't matter. Like the kinds of things, here, give me a second. I'm going to go and put these things back. And possibly, no, it's not time to put another log on the fire yet. I got to take a moment and put these things back. So fireplace can for a moment, then I will continue my thought. And there will be interesting things to look at, and then we're going to end the day with the video game. But for now, let me put my book and stuff back. Yeah, so I have a whole bunch of wire that's very much like this. I'd been getting wire from a business in California that's gone out of business now. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, it's all electronics that went out, but it could possibly have been a different one. I hope I'm getting that right, because otherwise I'm telling somebody that a business is out of business. But they had been selling people like hookup wire in little spools and at a very reasonable price. But I went and I sought out where they were getting it from, like where their wire was coming from. And it was being sourced from this manufacturer in like Indiana or something. And I talked to the manufacturer and I was like, hey, this is already a good price, but what if I wanted to do like DIY stuff for people at scale? Could I get a hold of way more of this hookup wire if I bought it in quantity? Yeah, you can. You absolutely can. Thing is, you have to buy a spool that's like this big around and, this high, and it weighs like 80 pounds, and it's like 10,000 feet or so of wire. And if you do that, your cost per foot goes down quite a bit. And it would really help if I had started doing that thing of sending wire out to people. I wasn't able to come up with a way of making it work, leaving me with a bunch of delightfully rainbow-colored spools of wire. Not all rainbow-colored. You've also got your brown and your black and white and gray as well. And I'm wondering, I'm going to put this back as well, forgive me. Ooh. Hey. I even found one of the spools. So you used to be able to buy this from like All Electronics or wherever it was that you currently can't because they went out of business. I bought some of their stuff out there. I have a massive quantity of like cheap little yellow LEDs they're basically like wholesale. And they were also doing that thing of like buying up failing companies and getting all their stuff for pennies on the dollar and then selling it for nickels on the dollar. And so they did that, and so I have a bunch of that stuff as well. But they were selling these by ordering them from the company and selling them. And as you can see, it was Consolidated Electronic Wire and Cable. So that's who I bought from. And this would have cost you like, I don't know, $5 maybe? And I've got it in such quantities that I have, like, this is like 50 cents worth in the quantities I was getting. And put that back now too. Yeah, just you wait. I'm going to go and make coffee before too terribly long. But here's the thing. I want to show you what I'd like to try to do. And then I'm going to try to do it. And in so doing, I'm going to be picking up and moving around this microphone for the purposes of illustrating stuff. And I'll see how well I can do that. So, here is a speaker, 8-inch, dual cone. Not expensive, not high powered, but one thing that you need to know about the power of speakers is power handling is one thing, efficiency is another. This is a fairly solid little speaker, but nothing very special. It's dual cone, meaning that it has this for the woofer part of things. It is also sort of a bit of a taper. It's not simply a folded paper cone like you'd have in a Yamaha NS10. Those are a little more flimsy. This is a little bit more sturdy, and it's got that slight bell-shaped taper going inside it, which lets it have slightly more power handling and handle bass a little bit differently. Like the resonances aren't quite the same. And we have this center cone. That's where the high frequencies come from. So if you have this, it's a speaker. It makes noises. It'll work. But what if you took this heavy paper cone and cut it away somehow? Maybe got something cool like a foam surround or whatever to use, but cut away the main cone, made a much lighter regular cone rather than this funky tapered thing that has more power handling, and made it go into where this cone stops. Like you leave only that central whizzer cone and you use it as a physical structure for supporting another cone, which I am honestly not sure whether the angle of it means that you'd have a useful cone shape there. But building it out of much lighter paper, like for instance, like drafting sketch paper from a big old like Strathmore or whatever, the kinds of paper that you used to be able to buy to do painting and artwork on. And now if you buy that same paper, it's just about useless because if you're doing something like ink wash or whatever, it'll bleed like crazy. It's valueless as far as art crafts things are concerned, and you have to buy the real deal to be able to use that. But it's still paper, and it's heavy enough to be a speaker cone, but light enough not to be a proper speaker cone. So it might be just the thing to make a cone to sit inside here with this structure, which would remain untouched, transferring the force from the voice coil to the much lighter, flimsier cone in such a way that it's over a wider area than just the... So a composite cone, in other words. You'd be using the heavier cardboard here, which is still light enough to do high frequencies very effectively, but then extend it over a larger area. So what happens with a Yamaha NS10, the famously awful sounding driver that is also a useful mix tool because it's supposedly awful sounding, but you can hear everything in your mix much more effectively. There's a reason for that, several in fact, but one of the reasons for that is that it is a light paper cone that breaks up easily. Things that are heavier hold on to resonance better against, like, the resistance of air. Things that are heavier can transfer more force to air. So when you make a speaker cone out of some really big heavy thing, which this is not, this is just an 8-inch dual cone, but if you use a really big heavy thing to transfer energy, it's going to be able to produce higher sound pressure levels, yes, but it's going to resonate, it's going to sustain. And we're talking just only the speaker cone maybe, not even the enclosure. You make an enclosure more rigid and stiffer, it's going to contain forces more effectively rather than the internal air pressure making it like wave and squish around. But the more rigid it is, the longer it's going to hold on to sustaining noises in the vibrations of it. Whereas light and flimsy things can't contain pressure at all, but the dissipations go away very quickly because they are driving air, and air is the viscous damping for all of this. So in order to continue resonating, something has to have enough physical strength to be able to sustain added unwanted sound over the viscous damping of air. And I grew up reading books about this kind of stuff, so clearly I'm fascinated. So this, you can literally hear it ringing when you hear the basket ringing, this metal stuff here. And if we damp that by touching it with our fingers, you can hear the cone resonate. Now that wasn't a very low frequency sound, and I'll tell you why. It's not in an enclosure. So if we do the same thing, but we have it in the end of a tube, it is a 7-inch aluminum duct. Not meant for using with clothes dryers. It's for ventilation. This is something you can buy at the hardware store. It's going to cost about 20 bucks or so. And what I'm interested in is figuring out whether I can do various things with this. I've got a couple of more, but this one is just for me experimenting with literally today. It's all squished up. I can stretch it out and it'll turn it into what is probably going to be 8 foot long. You can see this is already kind of screwed up and dented and weird, but the other end is a little cleaner. And check out the difference in sound. And in the enclosure. With that, we are hearing the sound of the resonance of the cone, that higher frequency sound. But if we thump with our hand, that's producing lower frequency sound. Except for it gets right out the back and wraps around again. We're not enclosing the pressure at all. So it doesn't matter whether it rings like a bell or what it does. If it's not capable of enclosing the pressure, you're not getting any bass or honestly even low mid-range frequencies out of this because it's just a panel in space. If you then put into this, but wait, there's more. Oh, hey Fuzz Frizz, I'm fooling around with physical stuff for a moment before getting into coding the video game again. This can stretch. I'm going to stretch it out a whole bunch and do some experiments with it. But the first thing we're going to do is stretch it to where I can rest it on the floor, making a seal with the floor. And then tuck that speaker into the top of it again. There. Now you'll notice that this is a metal object that resonates like crazy. Not only does the cylinder inside it resonate, but the object itself resonates. However, if you make it into different shapes, there might be ways of restricting that. It's just that it is a vertical pipe here that's creating this extreme ringing like a bell business. If this was a less rigid material, like for instance cardboard or paper, it wouldn't ring. But because it is aluminum, it's capable of containing forces. It's capable of containing air pressure. And that means this turns into this. Press it down a little bit. So the way that goes, you can also see that the edge of this just barely fits inside the 7-inch. It doesn't actually fit inside the 7-inch ID aluminum pipe, but the edge where you'd cut the hole is more or less on par with that. So the way you attach that is with aluminum tape. It's perfect. It is not that much heavier than the rest of it. There is a adhesive attaching layer which will damp things to some extent, and you'd be able to do a perfect air seal by just adding more tape until you've sealed up all the holes around the edge. And you get this. Or you can continue to stretch it. I'm going to continue to stretch this even more. You can buy this thing in a hardware store. Of course, it's aluminum, so if you have once stretched it, you probably can't put it back. But I'm kind of counting on that. And I'm going to see how far I can get this to stretch out. Again, this is probably 8 foot. I'm thinking this is an 8-foot pipe. And I'm going to stretch this other end. An 8 foot is probably going some. Probably slightly exaggerated to claim that you can do that with it. But I have a whole concept here. If I can make it work, I might actually have something that I can make and sell people and ship. Because some of my concepts for this type of stuff were things that you could build that maybe would sound amazing, but were unshippable because they were too fragile. This might not be as fragile. This is now 6 foot long. So because this is an aluminum pipe, I can bend it and change it, for instance, by folding it in this way. And that's going to enter into things as I go further with this. And now the end of it is open, so rather than, I can hold it on the end like this, go. Notice how that is not quite the same as it was when it was sitting on the floor, and that is because the acoustic sound from this is going out the end of the pipe 6 foot away, and only then is the sound able to come back. So we got for reals mid-range sound happening here. That's probably as good mid-range sound as you get out of an NS10. NS10 is a very small box. This is now a much larger box. It is a, am I holding this right? Yeah, so you can kind of see through the end of it. Or indeed, I can hold it up to a light. And you can see the light peeking in through the end like that. So we can make an organ pipe using stuff in the hardware store. This is actually more expensive than this. But you can modify this, cut away this part of the cardboard, leaving only the whizzer cone, which is much lighter, and replacing the cone with something that's made out of lighter paper, which will be a little bit more efficient. But the thing about it is it will not be able to contain pressure very well, and sound that is bouncing back through it will go through it very easily. So here's where things get even more complicated. So we've got this. This is basically an echoey pipe. It's actually fairly okay when the end is not sealed. But there's also there's limits in two ways if the end is not sealed. Air can get out the far end, and that means that we don't actually have a effective infinite baffle. Instead, it's a really, really bad vented enclosure. It might be a big pipe, but the port is huge. The port is this size. So it's basically a vented enclosure that's not really able to do lower than like mid-bass. Hey, John Dub. Yeah, you're going to be putting up with this for a moment because I'm going to be experimenting with this stuff. So I thought I would do some of my experiments on stream so that everybody could see. This is also not damped. Infinite baffles are usually filled with fiberglass. However, that's kind of a nasty material. And although it's good, it's not the only thing that you can use that will absorb air vibrations. So here's where things get even freakier. Check it out. Bubble wrap can be used for sound absorption in the right contexts. It's not very good at it, but air vibrations will move these bubbles because they're that fragile and light. Not only that, they're like vinyl-like stuff. So there's not a lot of springiness to these. This is why you can use fiberglass or rock wool for acoustic damping very effectively. But then if you went and used like pillow filling, polyester, terrible. And that's because polyester is more springy. It will sustain energy more, whereas fiberglass, that's very rigid. So sound moving those things is like scraping hard objects against each other. The energy gets dissipated in motions of fiberglass fibers against each other. Similarly with this, energy gets dissipated through these tiny bubbles physically moving. And the larger they are, the lower frequencies will have an effect towards physically moving the bubbles. If they're really tiny, that will still work, but I'm thinking larger ones are better for this purpose. And we have our pipe enclosure. In theory, it's possible to run a length of this all down the pipe. And I'm going to try to do that right now. Might or might not be convenient. Or I could go and get a rope or a wire of some kind, run it down the pipe, tie it to the bubble wrap, and then pull it through. And that's probably a better idea. Not really thinking this through. But it's fine. Okay, I'm back. I found several things. Duct tape. Everybody loves duct tape, right? Funny thing about this, if you take this resonating tube and just apply some duct tape, this will be a damping layer. Listen to what happens. One strip of duct tape did all that. We go from very sustainy. It's not quite bronze, but it is a resonating thing. That's just this big of a strip of duct tape over the entire thing, and that's how much it damped it. Also, I'm curious now whether it would damp it in a different way, applied like this. I think it damped better this way. Yeah. This is an old extension cord for doing stuff with. So what I can do is run this down the tube and then pull the bubble wrap through. Oh, if you think you heard a crazy difference, wait. This is weirdly similar to the stuff that I did with plugins in Console 8. Where it's all about distributing energy. Oh, there we go. Sort of a little bit at a time. The beginning of this stream had other stuff, and this is very unusual, but it's something I'm sharing with you. Let me move this. Work. Okay, so here is one of the concepts. If I make a speaker device out of a big old tube like this, which I've stretched out to be about 6 foot long. And I pull this through. We all ASMR in here. I can get out of the way. I think actually I can move this over so that it was cut through periodically. Also, we can do this. That's always fun, right? I'll put that aside so I can do more of it later. We now have a pipe with a layer of bubble wrap in it that goes all the way down the pipe, very cleanly too. If I cut it at the far end, let me put this back. You can see that now we have a long pipe with bubble wrap all the way through it. That's the far end. I've got the bubbles on the inside. Oops, getting away from me a little bit. I've got the bubbles on the inside so that the lightest possible area is exposed to the inside of the tube so that air can move each individual bubble around. And they're vinyl-like materials. We're not expecting them to pop or anything, but since they're fairly large, what's going to happen is any sound is going to move these around, not necessarily even compress and expand them, so much as just they have to move, and as in moving, they also have to ripple a little bit. They're shifting slightly. I'm going to go do another thing. I've got some clear packing tape, which I favor for what I'm doing right now over the duct tape. It's very sticky stuff and should do a nice job of attaching to the aluminum to the point where I'll actually just squish it on real good, and then on the other side as well. That's going to look like this. So the reason I'm doing this is because I might well go into business with these if it turns out they are awesome. And being the way that I do it, I'm going to want to make it so people can do it. And then if you spent money for me making one of these for you, it would be because you wanted the one that I made. But if you weren't able to pay the price for having me personally build things for you, which would not work at scale, I'm going to make it so that people can do this themselves if they need. So, we've got this inside the pipe. Now listen to what happens. It's not actually touching the aluminum. And yet, that's how much it's damping the vibrations of the actual pipe. But get a load of this. And believe me, this is going to keep going and going if I am correct. This is the first time I'm doing all of this. Here's discovering whether it worked or not. Back to our speaker. But now when we put it in the pipe, we still don't have the low frequency stuff that we would like. But what's going on inside here, it's no longer as live of an acoustic environment. There's a certain kind of tunnely, pipey resonance in there, which is not happening as strongly. And that's going to be really important for actually using this, for a purpose. Because the eventual goal will be to have a cone that is very light and dissipates energy quickly, but then the energy going into this also has to either dissipate quickly or go that away from the speaker cone, so that by the time it gets back, you can't hear it. Right now, it doesn't. Right now, it goes down the pipe, out the end, and is still there. It's damped a little bit by the fact that we've got this in there. But only to a point. So, have you ever heard of, now I'm trying to think of the one, I don't, Infinity, or is it something else? Have you ever heard of Nautilus speakers? I keep thinking it's Infinity that makes them. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars for these speakers. But if I'm correct, it's possible to do something like that with this. So here's the thing. If this is a pure tube, it is a pressure vessel, just like if it was a sphere. A pressure vessel, if it's rigid, contains pressure, much like, a propane tank or something might. And the idea is the inside can be a higher pressure and it doesn't get out. If you have a cylindrical tube, that's the same thing. Even something as flimsy as this light-duty aluminum stuff. You're exactly 630 MEDM, exactly. That's what we're talking about, that Nautilus speaker. Those are expensive, but what if we could make this into something like that? I've been thinking about this, but this is the first I've ever tried. So we're going to see what happens when I start trying to experiment with that concept. And to do that, I'm going over to this camera and perhaps even moving it about a little. Because what I'm going to need to do is show the floor. Like this. That's probably my hand. No, that's me. That's my body. So, ta-da! We have giant aluminum pipe. It's very flimsy. This is not a sturdy object. Since this is not a sturdy object, if I sat on it, it would squish flat. Now imagine what would happen if I squished only the end of it flat. I could choose to squish the end. Let's see, is this the right one that I would want to? Yes. Along the lines of where that is. Stretch it out a little bit like this. Maybe even stretch this over this way so that we're squishing. Now that would make the whole thing ring like a bell if it wasn't damped. So see how this is on one side of it, and then I'm squishing it flat, and now the end's squished flat. Now it's an infinite baffle. Now it's a sealed tube. So it's containing pressure, but now the waves don't get out the end because I squished the end flat. But it's still a tube. And you can kind of hear it's a little more in the way of low frequencies now because I squished the end flat. But that doesn't make it the Nautilus kind of concept. So what if I made it a continuing thing where this whole end was flat, gradually going to this end is cylindrical. And remember, this is a tube that we can curve it. But we can also flatten it. So what would be doing that properly, and which is why I changed the camera angle, is some kind of long board. I don't have that, although I do have this. This is, I put my foot on this for when I do my drum pad practice, so I can hear my tapping of my foot a little better. And this might get me a start. Firstly, this end is lined up about the same as the other one, so that seems good. I can try to stretch it a little bit, but mostly we're going to want it to start flattening. The best way of doing this would be with a giant board, but I should be able to get away without it because it's going to be the same basic concept. If I had a giant board or some giant thing where I could just go, I'd be able to squish it the way that I need. In the absence of that, I'm going to see what happens when I just sort of do it bit by bit, like this. In fact, I do believe I can flip it over and continue. Probably as far as I can go. Oh hey, look at that. There's a little ridge that developed in here. Now we have this. End is squished. Other end is not. This is now a tapering pressure vessel with bubble wrap in a part of the inside. So what happened? Two things happened. One of them is the volume of the enclosure got smaller, because what I've done is reduce the internal volume quite considerably by squishing it that way. It's interesting to me that it's sort of bent in two separate places. It's like it made two lobes. Also interesting to me is the fact that it became way easier to bend it. This part's very squishy. That's useful because this needs to be twisted up into a snail shape. The other thing that happened is it is less able to contain pressure. The reason it's less able to contain pressure is it's no longer a cylinder. The flatter it gets, the more useless it is at being able to keep pressure inside it. It'll just bend again. And what we ended up getting when we put the speaker in the end and thump it, it's less ringy. That's because it's using that Nautilus-like technology where the dimensions of it become smaller as it goes. Effectively, this is an acoustic damping chamber that sort of rolls up, except for it's not rolled up. And the sound from going into it continues down the path as the path gets narrower and narrower. So it's capable of containing pressure, not as well as it was before, but it's dissipating energy more than it was before. So now the remaining question becomes, what's it going to be like to try to roll this up? And so I'm going to have the, hey, I can use the camera for this. I'm going to have the bubble wrap underneath so that it sits where I want it to. And let's see what starts to happen. So there's an important thing that happens when I start doing this. We still have this not cylinder form, but now, since it's in another circular shape, it can't expand outwards the way that it could when it was just sitting there by itself. We're making it into a form that is another pressure vessel. Because air can't make this expand, it's still an aluminum object. It's a little freaky. I'll give you that. It's a little weird, but come on, this is Airwindows. Since when does weird frighten me? And I try not to further squish it. And extend it outwards until it's like this. Look at that. Duct tape. Let's try to make it stay there. I'm going to attach it onto this middle section first and see whether I've got enough traction. Stretch it out. Shouldn't need much. duct tape. And we can still fuss with this in various ways. But looky there. We have a long aluminum tube which is hollow on the inside with a damping material inside it, which goes all the way to the very end. I can even shout into it, and it's absorbing sound real good. Like, I cannot actually hear. It's absorbing sound real good, whereas if I move my mouth away from the input of it, that's much louder. And it's supposed to absorb sound, and it's actually absorbing sound. I did not expect it to do this. It has like double rolls. Tape, probably not. The purpose of the bubble wrap I have here, and like again, you could conceivably use, for instance, fiberglass. Stuff it completely with fiberglass and it would be super, super dead and have a fair amount of volume to it. I'm using bubble wrap because what I'm looking to do is have there be free air rather than damping material so that sound can go back into here to get lost. And yeah, this is a shape that expensive speaker people are familiar with. It may work as a DIY speaker of some distinction. Now, exactly how it gets arranged is another story. You'd probably be able to get a better sound out of it by putting something into these areas, which would also serve as damping. Like you could fill that area with some kind of substance. And in filling it, you would make the whole thing more rigid, which would be good. But you would also be making it, and again, if I make these for people, I might end up coming up with some kind of like, okay, here's where I put the foam or something, just to enclose it. Come to think of it, it wanted to come apart this way, so I'm going to put another layer of duct tape, squishing it this way. You can never have enough duct tape, right? Everybody loves duct tape. Your classic Adam Savage crazy DIY. I'm going to push it against here. Over we go. Push it against here. The whole thing is really so frail that I can push against areas and make little flat spots. So that's a challenge. Although if I can reach in, I can unsquish the flat spot again, if I can find it. Or I can ignore it. So yeah, this is a pressure vessel. You could conceivably compress it, and it doesn't really have a chance for the flat areas to expand. They would normally be expanding along this sort of double lobe thing that goes into that point. That point is the point that would be moving in and out. The opposite sides of the wall be moving in and out. But if it's sandwiched in the middle of this, it can't. It can't move in and out. It's squished together. And what you've been all waiting for clearly is actually playing music, and I don't get to do that today because this is the first time I've ever tried this. Oh, it's not heavy. Pinky finger. This is not a heavy object. But it is an object where if I put this on, that is doing a fairly decent job of dissipating the energy going in there. In fact, I can zoom right up to the microphone. Let's do a little ASMR of speaker driver. And lastly, on the very center of the whizzer cone, so if I was able to run audio through that, it would do something kind of like that. And without the enclosure. What you get there is, since sound from the back gets to radiate out, high frequencies will be kind of nice and direct. Low frequencies are being affected by the fact that the back wave gets to come around to the front again, and the fact that this is ringing in free air and not damped. Speaker driver that is in free air and completely not damped. Speaker driver in this crazy enclosure. It doesn't ring for as long. So yeah, that has been the experimenting with hardware for the day. Something like this, theoretically much nicer, but maybe not even. Maybe the sort of Junktown in Road Warrior vibe of it will work for people. If I can make this sound amazing, and again, I can talk here, but as soon as I start talking into it, the sound goes away kind of a lot. Like it's absorbing sound pretty effectively. In fact, I'm not even sure whether I can't see my metering. Let me see if I can move over. Yeah, so the metering, I can yell, and you're not actually able to hear it very well. I'm still like not able to peek out, whereas all I have to do is move a little bit over to the side, and that's peeking out considerably hotter. Whereas this absorbs the sound to some extent. And that's what I was hoping I was going to discover. Now I got to figure out a way of doing it more cleanly and neatly. But so at some point I'm going to do the wire this up so I can hear it. And once I've done that, it's replace this cone with a cone of my own design. And once I've done that, I get to see whether these are a decent replacement for my NS10s. I feel like I should be able to make better mix check speakers than NS10s because NS10s have a crossover. They're not full range. And Oratones don't have a crossover, but they're tiny. They don't have any bass. They're just a little tiny box. Certain things like fancy enclosure designs, like a spiral enclosure design, it's aesthetically pleasing if you enjoy Junktown, but who's to say I don't enjoy Junktown? The rest of it is just figuring out how to, like, I can see through here a little bit. I'm seeing the screen just a tiny bit through gaps in the spiral. That needs to be sealed up. And if I seal it up, I'll also be sealing up a sort of diamond-shaped space in there, which has no useful purpose. I feel like this could be extended. And the best thing about it is, unlike, so one of the crazy ideas that I had, which doesn't mean it's bad, but I was thinking I could make a speaker design where you'd have the cone that I'll design on the outside of this, and this can be in the center of like a cardboard tube of this ID, but then there would be another paper cone, a little sturdier, going out to this point where my finger is. And it would be a paper cone that would extend backwards to the other side of the cardboard tube that would be enclosing this. That would make it a very, very tiny enclosure indeed. It would be barely larger than the speaker is, so it would be unable to produce bass. But all of the back radiation from the vibrations of the driver are also in phase. If the driver is pushing the cone forwards, it's pushing the enclosure backwards. No, I just went in the direction of forwards. So cone goes this way, driver goes this way. If cone go forward, enclosure go backwards, that is putting more vacuum pressure on the area inside it, but it's also making it an omnidirectional radiator. And that makes it interesting, because if you do an omnidirectional, there are, believe it or not, giant speakers that end up looking kind of like these. They're called MBL radial Strahlers. They're a German speaker, and they've existed for a long time. They've existed since I've been a kid. And the way those work is it's a big sort of pineapple-shaped aluminum thing, and big Holken drive voice coils on either sides of them compress them in such a way that it forces them to expand outwards and stretching the air inside. Same as if you had a speaker and the driver went this way and then the enclosure went this way. Stretching the air inside, squishing. Or I should be doing it the other way around. So driver goes this way, whole speaker enclosure, because equal and opposite reactions, goes much smaller amount this way. So that stretches the air inside or compresses it when the driver goes in. Again, that is a omnidirectional radiator. Any vibration that would normally be fed into the enclosure, since we're not taking two drivers and butting them against each other so they cancel out, which is a very good thing to do if you're designing speakers. Make a physical connection between the magnets of the two speakers that are abutting each other, and then they can't feed energy into the enclosure because they're braced. And they're equal and opposite forces. So that's a really good way of doing things. But I'm doing stuff with single drivers. And if you were allowing it to move, it's heavy because it's got this magnet on it, but not so heavy that you couldn't make a sturdy paper cone that would hold it up. Like I can hold it up with just my pinky finger. So this is not that heavy. You can even get lighter still things than that. But all you'd really have to do is do it like that, and then there's another cone around the magnet facing the other direction, and then you've got an omnidirectional radiator. It just fires a lot more energy from the lighter part, but there's also energy being fired from the heavier part. It's just not nearly as much. And since it is acoustically constructive, being an omnidirectional radiator and all, in theory, that would have nice effects on the sound, even though the size of the overall enclosure is so tiny that it's not actually useful for being a way of producing bass. It would take a lot of energy to do that. And if you had a heavier magnet, the cone that it's on would just break. And you can't put a suspension on the cone that it's on because this is just too damn heavy. So it has to be a paper cone firmly attached to the round enclosure there. It can't be too tapered because the weight would cause it to rip. And of course, you can't ship it. If I make these with the cardboard cylindrical enclosure, and then there's this smaller cone in there, so it becomes an omnidirectional radiator, and all very well and good, very exciting, can't ship it. Guess what happens? You put it in a box with the cardboard thing nicely protected, and it's being braced on here. Oh, that's the other thing, is if I was to do that, you get to cut away this entire basket. It's only supported by the cone holding this in. And then as soon as you try to ship it, you put it in a box and cronk, instantly destroyed. I can design a speaker that is so fragile you can't move it. And amusing as that may be, not what I would call helpful. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this back where it was and put the duct tape back and put this. I'm going to go and pop some of these off in the other room. Enjoy. I'm going to put another log on the fire too. And we're going to put all these things away and get back into the video game, having successfully done some of this stuff. And here's another aluminum thing waiting to be made into another one of those. All right, that was fun. So moving over to the video game making section of the day, I would like to make my other cup of coffee now, because otherwise it's going to be too late in the day to do that. So tell you what, let me set you up with background sound. We will do a nice little changeover to the new way of making video games rather than doing this. And let's see if we can open the session. Perhaps not. I'm confused. What's going on? Why is this not working? Why are you not able to open the window? Oh, because it was over here. Okay, don't worry about that. It's fine. SWB audio capture to Ray-In audio. Run that, shut off the speakers, and crank up the volume to compensate. Those are going to be feeding these. And fire up Twisted Wave. See whether Open Recent contains what I'm looking for. Kind of, sort of, maybe it does, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. It does. Display overlay. We'll be enjoying this. Let me put on the headphones. Are they right way around? They're not. So that I can hear what I'm going to be listening to, or what you're going to be listening to. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, last time I did this, I set this up with Galactic 3, and I think people enjoyed themselves. So I'm going to do that again. Oh yeah, Princess Leia could have headphones with that technology, absolutely. You need to find a smaller aluminum pipe. There exist smaller aluminum pipes like that. 7 inches is just the largest ones that I can find in a hardware store, but it's real easy to get like 4-inch ones, and you could do exactly the same thing with those. And they wouldn't be very heavy, so maybe you could do headphones that way. Headphones, these are bidirectional radiators. You only need to have the earpiece be containing the sound. So it's okay if it radiates out the side because you don't get to hear that part. So you don't need to do that for headphones. Mind you, make a little tiny boombox out of it, and that would be great. I shall do further experiments along those lines. So let's see, recent effects, Galactic 3. Let's not do the full wet. And oh, I have a better idea. Let's go full on. We will simply add the same Galactic 3 to this, and then enjoy the visual graphics that this also includes. Away we go. Okay. I'm off to make a cup of coffee and throw a log on the fire. I'll be right back, and we'll get into coding in Godot engine. programs using Bastel-Castles. And well, there we are. Oh, and interesting, look at that. In these meters, you see that at a certain point there, it threw a bunch of really bright sounds, which it doesn't always do. So neat. Alrighty then. The morning has been all about these wild speaker design things. And shit you not, I did in fact try that for the first time ever on stream, because of course I did. Why wouldn't I do that? And I'm pretty happy with what it did. I had never tried any of that before, so I did not know that it would take a sphere, or a cylinder, not a sphere at all, and if you squish the sphere, it tended to make a breakpoint and turn it into this, and then flatten it. But if I know it'll be doing that, what I can do is I can take my cylinders and start the squishing process with two sort of long straight bits. I bet I can design a thing to do that, which will neatly make exactly the right dent to then further compress it and then squish it flat at that point. Native Instruments 100% absolutely is going bankrupt. It's just a question as to what else happens. I do not know exactly what's happening with them. Like all of my programming friends were very much noticing that happening. It's a bit of a big deal. Oh dear, also it says JetBrains Writers update. How about I not? There's nothing I'm doing that would require an update from them. We're going to ignore their update for the moment. And we don't need to do Into the Matrix again, because we've already done that. Ooh, this is going to happen later. I'm going to use what I'm learning in Counterpart to do this other one called Tankies, but I clearly haven't opened it for a while. And here's where we left off with Guardian. And Guardian does in fact run, and it has its script. And in fact, okay, no, the audio stream player does not be set to playing immediately, but it is in fact autoplay. Here's our game. Here's our special effect, because we made it have a particular look to it. One that weirdly I can't see very clearly, so that's funny. Does not appear to be showing what I'm seeing. So there were a couple of things that could be done in here. One of the suggestions I was getting from the person who told me to use Blender for this was to use Blender to make it a more visually intense look, and that is something that could certainly be done. Although if I have transparency, I can probably edit it, including its transparency, in other programs. So here we are in Finder. Here we are in Counterpart. And I believe I'm using Which one am I using? I will look and find out. The texture is, yeah, show that in file system, please. Oh, we're not doing it? Okay, it's defense screen PNG, not defense screen 2, yes? Compared to this one. Channel remap alpha. I'm trying to figure out which of these has an alpha channel. I guess maybe both of them do. It's going to take me a little while to ramp up to speed. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, the problem with Native Instruments is they were owned by venture capital, so there's your problem. Something to be said for not playing with venture capital. Ooh, also give me a second to... I'm routing my headphone cable the wrong way. That can be fixed. There we go. So yeah, I wonder if I can click on this in such a way that I can see... No, apparently not. Look at that. Okay, I guess that counts as defense screen and not defense screen 2. Although I don't know why Godot imported. Why does it say imported? Oh, because we're working from defense screen, but it's making a weird additional texture. That says maybe. Let's launch Affinity Photo and see if we can bring this in. I don't like the fact that it says defense screen modified and it's modified 2018. That seems wildly wrong. But then that one is only modified February 3, so that's equally wrong. So I guess we find out whether we can work with transparency in here. I'm gonna say nope. That's clearly not right. It's being loaded as 100% opaque. No bueno. And it sure has been modified if that's what it is. Let's try defense screen 2. Composite alpha. Yeah, that's 100% opaque. And it claims to have been modified. Do not save. Okay, let's give up on that. Affinity Photo is clearly a photo editor at heart. It doesn't want to deal with transparencies. What about Clip Studio Paint? I mean, remembering we could always go back to Blender. Jonathan, when you ask, is the problem, has Native Instruments, which is also Isotope and Plugin Alliance, done something to make their customers angry? Goodness, no. They were acquired by venture capital, and so venture capital is stripping all the money out of them and throwing them away. Oh, good point, good point. Let's see whether, that should work. Alrighty, we've got a THX fuzz frizz, well remembered. Let's find it if that can be loaded in Affinity Photo. If it can be loaded and saved. Alright, that looks mighty weird, but I am getting grayscales in there. Not there, but we are at least getting something out of it. And then composite is mostly dark. So I don't know how useful that actually is gonna be to work with, especially since I'm having trouble seeing anything about it at all. Let's fire up an adjustment level. And see whether we can ramp it up in any way. Levels does appear to show that there are things in here. We just don't get to see them. Yeah, this is the thing, and it's not going to be helpful to me because I can't see any of the pixels. Well, you're here, so we could just go and recreate this in Blender again. Shall we? As I've lost faith in my image editing stuff for this. Clearly your suggestion of Blender is by far correct and is the only thing I should be doing. I shouldn't need sound just yet. Yeah, Jonathan, it is an admirable point of view you have there, which is somewhat naive. And fair to not call it business, fair to call it like a cheat code. If cheat codes are more profitable to people, then there will be people who exploit them. That's why there are things like laws and stuff saying, no, you don't get to just randomly murder people and take their stuff. That would be bad. In the absence of laws and stuff, to say that, people will just murder people and take their stuff, not caring that it's bad. To get off of that subject a little bit. Hey, Nicholas Estron. We're playing with a bunch of things. Earlier in this stream, I was building speaker enclosures, believe it or not. And that's not new for me, believe it or not. I'm disappointed in myself that I don't have Blender in my applications. Let's rectify that. It's going to be a little bit of a pain in the butt to deal with here, although it's doing, no, it's not doing any better. It's still taking over my whole damn screen. But even though it's taking over my whole damn screen, I'm still going to keep it in the dock. In fact, I will put it closer to the music stuff. Come on, let me move this. Let me move this. You're going to let me move that? You're going to let me move that. I'm going to put it between Reaper and Clip Studio Paint on the assumption that it is just better than Clip Studio Paint and I should start using it more. And here we are. Let me see how much of this I can remember. I don't think it's actually going to help me very much, but let me see how much of this I can remember. I don't think layout. I'm assuming maybe texture paint is the region I want to be in. Perhaps not. Or I think I've covered up some of my stuff. Let me move the screen around so that there's more room. Blender takes all of your screen. Compositing is where it was. Well, I mean, Fuzzfrizz, I want to get good at Blender. I'm just starting from such a zero position that I don't know where to begin. This is helping me enormously because then I get to be able to begin. We're going to resume where I started up first and overwrite the same thing. We've also got all of these programs open at once, but that's fine because I have a decent computer. Defense screen PNG, let's drag that into this window. And I'm going to use nodes. I'm not sure why I didn't have it set up to use node. I would assume that you'd always want nodes. Let's try dragging that into the window again. Defense screen PNG. Do I need to do something else? I've got a plus. Ah, good. Dragging it in worked. Render layers and composite. So I don't need this. I don't know if can I just hit back delete? What can I hit for this? Delete, you have to use X. If I do use delete, nothing happens. Do I need capital X or will just X do? Just X will do. Here's defense screen. Image to image, but also image to alpha. That was the recipe from before. Nicholas, next week I'm going to be getting into some stuff. Next week, one of my dear friends, Bacon Paul, was asked by somebody to make art for some project he's got. And conversation ensued with people talking about what that actually was. And, Jonathan, at some Here's the next stage. We're waiting on me finishing these. These are the inspiration game that are returning to the concept of being made out of cards. I have to fill in all of the blank spaces here before it is the game I'm looking to make and use. Once I have that, even if it's just scribbly Sharpie version, then I'll be able to go back into the studio and start using it to get a start on music ideas. And then I need to do viewer node. I'm assuming viewer is also the, well, let me see. Let me work my way through this. Don't need to worry about that because we're not using that. I do need to edit this, but I'll be able to do that just fine. In fact, I'll be able to do a bunch of stuff. And the viewer node I need, let's see, add up here. Good, menu. Input, output, output viewer. Composite node is where I saved it last time, so let's do both of those. Oh, no, wait, I've already got one. What am I talking about? That's fine, I don't need another. Let's add the viewer node. That's not where it was. Viewer. So could I make an intermediate node where I get to see what is in viewer? Is there an output to composite? Maybe. That looks like a dot, but I don't know if that's going to give me... No. Looks like I basically just have to... Can I do a mix node of some kind? Okay, nodes, add. Looking for nodes. Let's do some nodes. Color, adjust. Color mix. Well, we can sum everything into an exposure or a gamma node. It might even be the right thing to use. Let's sum everything into a, well, hang on a moment. Gamma node doesn't have an alpha output. I don't like that. But it does have that image input, doesn't it? Hide the, remove the... Nope. Undo, thank you. All right, let's make this not be there. Ah, lovely. Lovely, got there. And then I can run that image output to this, which then begins to show me what I'm seeing. Although it's showing it like right in the middle of the screen. So that's all well and good. Let's do something else, like a node, add another node, color nodes, adjust nodes, hue correct, RGB curves. So there is our, let's remove this. Now, I don't know whether this is going to let me see this in a different way, but image to image, that image to alpha, and then that image to other alpha. Good. So I wouldn't mind seeing that in a window. I'm not sure what I need to do. Join a new frame. Show hide. Node preview. Okay. Well, that is at least letting me move that. Do we also get... Ah, very good. Lovely. Lovely, we're getting somewhere. little preview of what I'm going to be looking at when it's actually transparent. The cards are going to cost more than people would like if they were trying to make a card making business. They're going to be less than what I'll be pricing them for, because I'll be pricing them in part as a help Airwindows pay off his Subaru or buy a fuel oil tank kind of thing. Like, these are not going to be loss leaders. These are going to be help my operation go. So it's not going to be crazy go nuts price, but it's going to be a price where it's worth me taking time away from programming to do. And I will absolutely send them abroad. I don't care how much it costs. I just have to price it so that no matter where somebody wants, that'll work. Dome scene, you mean demo scene, and I have not. If I render with F12, it'll open a window. Well, I've already got a preview here, so that's probably good. I came up with an alternate way of doing it. And composite is where I will be rendering it into a file. And we'll render it over the previous file. But right now, this is exactly what we have. And I need to find out whether... Okay, that's a little intense. Wow. So I maybe don't want to do this. That makes it be a little extreme. Do I have a good way I can type it in anyhow? 1.0, that's normalcy. Taking it down a little bit makes it be dark. We want to do the opposite, so I can try doing the opposite. And this is not the transparency. The transparency is keying off of RGB curves, which I could have loaded in this, but I've chosen not to. Because without using alpha, it looks like this. So we're fading into the background, and I don't have a very useful way of telling what the background is, but I do get a hint of it this way. And yeah, if I continue making this go crazy, we just get less of a change. The transparency should be about the same. We're just overwhelming it with data. So relatively small. I wonder if I can do a hue saturation thing instead. Can we just change this into a different? Probably not. Ooh, and we are having everything be centered in one spot. So I would need a hand control to have this not scroll literally on the same place. If I move this over to here, this doesn't actually zoom from this point. I have a fixed zoom point, and I have not yet worked out how to move the zoom point. But that's fine, because I can just make it small. Something to do next. And yeah, I'm familiar. I have great admiration for demo scene. It's not really quite my jam, but I'd probably have a unique way of dealing with it. Okay, add. Let's get some more nodes going on. Maybe a filter? Probably not. Transform is not intensity. Transform would do the same thing with the lens distortion that I did in an earlier process in Clip Studio. That's a way of doing that. Levels. Levels might be closer to what I'm looking for than gamma. I'm making the mid-range be more extreme in attempts to make one of the channels be brighter. So here we are. I still can't move things around properly, but I'm sure there's a way. I'll get to that one day. So we can run engine into levels. In fact, we could do any of these or all of these. Mean and standard deviation, huh? Let's assume mean is what we want. We've replaced that gamma, and we're going to replace the display. And let's see what we get. Or maybe standard deviation is what I want. Or maybe this is simply not doing the thing I thought it was doing. Okay, so mean, yeah, okay, I know what that is. These are returning data. They're not returning images. Mean is the average data. So this is not levels in the sense that I know it. And I don't think it was from the place that I knew it either. It was in transform. No, it wasn't. It was in utilities. Okay, utilities means this is giving me a number. This is not giving me an image. And in fact, I don't see an image colored line on that. Instead, it's kind of taking a white thing, which is a single number, and channeling it over to the image. It might have actually killed the whole thing. Let's see if we can put it back. Yep. So we don't get to use levels. I thought it was levels in image editor language, but it's not. I don't think I need to use Kuwahara. I'm looking to do a specific thing, and that's part of what's cool about this, is I get to experiment with this stuff. So let's see whether color and filter look like they're visual representations. I did gamma, but RGB curves might be closer to what I thought I was getting with levels. Let's find out. Okay, that moved everything. And that did not. Weird. Okay. I think I've got a little scroll bar somewhere. I've got a scroll bar down here. No, that's not a scroll bar. That is just moving this. But that's fine because I wanted to move that. I scrooched up to the top of the screen and it started moving everything while I had this selected. Okay, well then let's see. Aha. I'm sure this is not the way you're supposed to do it, but this is a way where I'm being able to locate this usefully. So we're going to move that out of the way for the moment. Scroll in, which loses it off the top of the screen, but aha. Oh wait, now you don't want to move? Thank you. There's going to be a hotkey for this, I just don't know it. And it's fine that I don't know it. So image to image input of this. Oh, and I was already using RGB curves, so if I can figure this one out, I can do it for both things. And image for input of that, meaning that that is no longer in use. And now all I got to do is time to find out how to do this thing. I am now becoming frustrated. View. Okay, wheel in, wheel out. That's good. Frame selected or frame all, numpad dot. Home. I do have a home key. It did the thing. Good. So we can zoom into there and then numpad dot. Good. Okay, I'm going to need these for this. Is this the same for everything? Ooh, middle mouse click. Let's find out. Lovely. Very nice. I was assuming there was going to be something, but I mean, Blender used to be so far beyond anything I was familiar with that it wasn't even funny. It is maybe a little less extreme than that, but it's still pretty intense. So let's see, middle mouse click, and then let's see if home, no, it moved this underlying thing. Ha. Ha, there we go. Okay, so I can move that. It's a slightly larger view of what I'm looking at. Now, R, G, and B. I bet I can push something in here and make it move, but you know what? We can go to kind of straight levels and start moving these controls, and I should see a result. That's a result. This is what I thought I was looking for in the first place. This is levels. It's not actually, I bet there's a way, but it's not actually showing me what I thought I would see. But we're sending it to alpha, so if we do the same thing with this, were we saving that? Let's have that be set back. So if we send this to here, we have now basically replaced all of the transparency with completely opaque. So that is disabling what transparency was meant to do. Or we can make it be ultra super transparent and there is very little way of seeing any of this. But we can also do this. And if we do enough of that, that black is going to start showing up as a black rather than just only transparency. So doing this probably gives me more solid colors because I'm ramping up. I feel like it's not updating as fast as I would like, but I don't know what to do about that. Yeah, see, that's visibly darker. And it's visibly lighter, meaning everything is much more transparent now. But it's not really doing it in such a way that I recognize. And then here is our base color. So our colors can be mostly black. Or we can make all of them be more accentuated like this. That looks like it would work. And then we can customize these ones in here as well. So that does a crazy effect. Does the transparency get in the way of rendering that? I feel like maybe I'm not seeing the transparency part of it very well. Blender is much more accessible than it was 10 years ago, because I tried to fool with it 10 years ago. Remember, I'm old. I'm an old man. I'm closing in on 60, although I try not to look it. And I was around when Blender was the original Blender. And I did not have any chance of being able to come to terms with it. It was way too much. I paid close attention, and I have been downloading the new Blenders ever since they did the UI change. So yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to be doing. I'm just trying to figure out, like, is there a way that I can overlay this over some kind of other representation? Because the viewer is using alpha, but can I put something else behind this so that it shows viewer and its transparency? Like a zebra picture or something. It does have alpha. Let's make another viewer node and put something in it. That's not how we do it. Add. Output. Ooh, file? No, that saves as a file. So here we go. Different other image. What can we use as a different other image? We could use the Godot guy. I think he might still be in my program. Or we can use one of these crazy textures. I bet I have a crazy texture that would work. Dum-de-dum. Oh, those are all the import files. These are the ones. So what's a crazy aggressive texture that I can put underneath this so that I can see whether the transparency is doing what I want? That is totally something that I can do. How about this? Son of Aggro. That'll show the transparency over bright white, dark black, and a bunch of vivid colors. There is a viewer. Now I need to make this viewer be underneath the other viewer. And then I'll be able to see. So, oh, or are we not actually able to... Ah, I see a problem. I see a problem. It's only being able to show one viewer. What shall I do about this? Yeah, it's not giving me multiple viewers. It's giving me exactly one. And it's switching between them. Node options. Also, there were some things I was asked to do formerly. I don't know if it was Render Engine Eevee, but there was definitely some stuff I needed to do in the process of doing all this. This is not getting to show me what I wanted. So display channels. Backdrop. That's not correct. That's not correct. I'm not able to show two viewers, so this is a waste of time. So we're going to get rid of those things. It is at least overlaying it over a dark gray, so that's something. But I'm not getting to, ooh, color management override standard. Cool, let's go and see what that's about. First, I'm going to try to find color management. Overall, Blender main title bar, nothing. You select that node, scene collection, camera light, render engine, color man. Oh, here it is. Color management, display device, view transform AGX, sequencer. We could do view transform standard. I'm not sure that'll help, but no, not that either. Okay, so color management override. I don't see override, unless I need to scroll down farther. Nope, that was it. sRGB, that's override's not there either. Sequencer? No, also not. High dynamic range. Curves. It wouldn't be in white balance, and it's not in white balance. Okay. Colors management, display device. Well, it is an sRGB display. View transform. Well, we were doing AGX. Look. No. Okay. Oh, okay, so maybe that's not going to help. I can probably get into the ballpark of this. That's probably fine. I'll deal with that. So I'm aggressively doing various weird stuff. I do believe I have the ability to be more transparent or less transparent. It's just that the using this for alpha, not helping. Because I can adjust the composite, so that should make there be more dense areas or less dense areas, but it's not showing it. It's not showing it properly. I can tell it not to use alpha, but I'm altering alpha separately, and it is failing to do what I needed. Yeah, delete points. So yeah, so I can make alpha be completely opaque. That tells me that, or I think that tells me, Okay, that becomes completely opaque. So if I scroll this all the way here, the opacity becomes the darkest of colors, dark being down here. So if I curve it like this, I think we're making everything be... Wait, no, that can't be. Okay, 100% white is 100% dense. Alpha opaque. So what that means, we'll remove that dot, is that if we take this dot and move it over here, everything should be very transparent. I don't know if I'm able to make this be completely transparent with just only this, though. I'm able to make it completely opaque by mapping all of the things that aren't black to a much higher value. So our black level is basically like there's no black level anymore. It's producing a 100% light faded image, and so there's no transparency. Put it down to here, it's all transparency. Put it over to here, and it won't. Okay, that looks very different now. Huh. So that has probably made it be almost completely opaque, except for the very darkest of darks are now showing through. This is why I wanted to show something under this. It is frustrating me that I'm not able to do this properly, but sometimes those are useful days anyway. Also, I think I could do with another log on the fire. Let me do that. I'm still finishing up a little more coffee, and we'll get through all of this, and then we're going to have a cooler looking roaring monster attacking you in the game. Little bitty log. Bigger, heavier log. That should hold me for a minute. I am now wondering whether I can go to the hardware store and buy a spray can of stuff that is expanding foam. I feel like the odds are not nothing that I could do such a thing. What I was thinking of in terms of filling in the gaps in this crazy snail speaker enclosure thing is AB foam. Like Mythbusters guys love their AV foam. And indeed, you could completely do that. And a nice side benefit of that is you could shoot AB foam into the insides of this snail-shaped thing. And if it forms into a light but rigid foam, it will reinforce the compression, which is already being reinforced by the physical layout of the object. And it's made of aluminum, so it doesn't, AB foam heats up when it sets, but it won't matter because it's just all aluminum, and so it wouldn't do it any harm whatsoever. Oh, that's a strong statement. It might melt the bubble wrap inside it or cause the bubbles to break, but it would have to heat up an awful lot to do that, I feel. Anyways, back to this. We're doing stuff. If we don't have alpha, then the transparency changes like this. Doing this, we are making more and more of this opaque or moderately opaque. And here, it's almost all super opaque. But we can rein it in. If we rein it in literally all the way or next to all the way, we get to where some of the darkest colors are still being shown up. I think I accidentally got to this point. Not that point, but very close. Where I was literally on like 1. So only that is literally transparent, the bits that are changing. And then what we did last time was this, in which case almost nothing is opaque. And we're intentionally trying to make it so that it's a little bit vivid, a little bit more opaque than that. The red needs to be brighter. It needs to be a little more opaque, but honestly, I feel like alpha should do the heavy lifting there. So we can lean it this way, and that gives it a nice curve, but it's still mostly transparent. Maybe not quite as transparent as I would want, but you need to be able to see through this. And then here's where we adjust the colors of everything. So it can be very dark, which you don't want, or oppressively bright, which is modulating the color of everything too hard. Or we can fiddle with the channels individually. So we can go very red, or just much more vividly red, remembering, of course, that the alpha will fade a lot of that out. But then that is still too monochromatic, although I think there's a hue rotation thing that we could use if we want. But it's not necessarily that we care about. It is modulating some of these other things in amusing ways. So we can bring that purpleness in, or indeed shade it to a bluish effect, or have them leaning in different directions. Like this gives us much more of a purplish effect, and then we move this one over here, and now it's much more heavily purple, especially as it grows darker. Possibly too much of an effect. Again, alpha is off. I'm looking at what kinds of color tinges are going to happen when the transparency is engaged. Oh, hey, Leonid. I'm not sure what you said because you took your comment away, but I'd be perfectly interested to see what you had to say. So use alpha, makes a lot of that fade right out. That's what I want. And then green channel, there's next to nothing going on there. But what we could do is have that little bit of visual interest remove that point, and then maybe let's just ramp up the intensity of it until we start to see something happening. There will be little hints of green if we do this. And then most of what's in the green there is transparent. So if we do that, there's areas where there's a clear green pixel in there. It's all going to get modulated away very aggressively. But we don't necessarily need that, and we certainly don't want to do this, because that would be crazy. So instead, we're going to take that back away again. And maybe use a curve for this as well, but a couple of curves. Like most of it needs to be chill, but then we can ramp up the edge so we can heighten the green where it appears, but without bringing up the base too hard. And let's see, if we do that, we're suppressing the black areas where green stuff is there. And then we scooch this away, and we're going to start bringing out, can't see it, but I can move this out of the way. We'll bring up green specks in here somewhere. Hey, check that out. I think that is as good as I'm going to get it, because there really isn't any green content here. So there's not a lot of point in going looking for it. If I ramp it up real aggressively, I might be able to bring a green speck out, but then perhaps not. They're just so very dark that if all the green content is in this region, nothing up here. So there's not a lot of point in fussing with it, really. Ooh, although interesting that it does that. We could fool with this in such a way to see. Now I see bits of green pixels in there. Oh, did you say you mentioned Shader Toy? Cool. Well, I'm interested in hearing about Shader Toy. I might not be doing anything with it, but see, all of the information is like deeply in this bit. Green shows up, green does not. So if I zoom right down to here, but then ramp this part up, there will come a point where I'm able to see an intense green pixel. Don't need that. Wild how little green there is in this image. You know what? I'm going to accept the fact that there is that little green in this image. Zoom right into here. Maybe adjust it to that. Then ooch up until I can just barely see the green specks that are mostly lost in alpha. I don't need to actually have green in this image, but I feel like having a little hint of that just for variety. Back to looking at only the opacity of it, because I trust the alpha is doing the right thing. Here's our red, here's our blue. To what extent would this be good to have this way more purplish? I think that would be too much. But we're in the vicinity of where things that might be good. A little less of that. Okay, yeah, let's make it be extremely vivid. We'll see what we get out of that. Our alpha is still suppressing all this grainy stuff, so there's no harm done in having it be highlighted. The alpha is very active in this one. And back over to here. That be slightly too purple. What happens if I have a couple of these? Oh, that's nice. It doesn't live update. It has to let me unclick in order to show me what I'm going to get. Which I feel is not awesome, but it's okay. I'll live with it. Okay, too purple. A little bit less. And that's probably as much tone adjusting as I feel I really need. I'm cool with it being basically one color. I just don't want it to be so overwhelmingly one color that it's like just... And so there's our viewer. Most of this is extremely transparent, and that's as planned. It can be more transparent, but let's just fuss with it until it's I think that's about as much gamma as I need to do. Ooh, or we could skip that and see what happens with the gamma if I start just messing with the individual channels. Like what happens if red is much more opaque than anything else. Hey, Sleepy Main, thank you so much. Yeah, red being extremely opaque seems basically good. How extreme can I make it? Probably don't need to go that hard. After all, the very first wasn't doing any of this. It was just straight tone mappings and ended up becoming far too non-vivid. So what I want to do now is I'm going to export over the previous one and look at it in Godot without closing Blender and make final adjustments. So here's how that's going to go. He says, not remembering what he did last time, but that's fine. And I probably don't need to hit save because this is just a blend file. I hope to continue to redo these as I go. Node, name, composite, properties, use alpha, view, options. Ooh, backdrop. What's up with backdrop, I wonder? Oh. No, that's fine. Options. Device CPU seems good. So this probably means I need to render out the composite. Let's find out how to do that. I did it before, and I'm wondering if I can explore to it, but by all means, Fuzz Frizz, feel free to tell the answer. It's okay to just tell the answer. Let's see, what are my other things? Nodes, dum-de-dum. View, nope. Although there might be backdrop options in here, but I don't see them at the moment. Ooh, backdrop display channels. Okay, if you display only red, I guess this is the view screen. This is just overriding what viewer is able to do. F12 or top left render. I would like to use top left render because one of the things that loses me in Blender is having to remember all the things. Granted, F12 for render is so freaking basic that I should be able to remember it, but you know how many other things I have to think about. Top level render. It's going to be render image. Ooh, looky there. It made a huge, ginormous screen for me. Ta-da. And render result. Did I make it too small of a screen? Lose some of the information? Image. Now, is save going to work as a PNG or not? I'm already liking the look of this. This looks like it's going in the right direction. Save the image with another name and or settings. Let's try that. It's going to be a PNG. That seems good. RGBA, that's correct. I don't think I need 16-bit color depth. Nor do I need it to be, hang on. Okay, fill me in on this. No, the render resolution would be correct, I believe, because we're doing a tiny little thing. Is low compression small file? Oh, it'll tell me. Cool, cool. No compression with fast file output. Maximum lossless compression. Good, that answers my question. By all means, compress a lot. I have time. Godot projects. Counterpart. Now let's see if we can fill that in by just clicking on this. Oh my god. Wow. So that was intense. Oh, did it do it or did it just fail? Let's find out. Save as. Ooh, okay. We have a wee problem. Overwrite existing. Let's see if it gives me options. And we're back down to 15%. No, by all means, do better. Color management, maybe override that. Maybe I don't need to. Oop. Hang on. I'm going to fuss with that a little bit because a log just sort of fell against the glass. Usually I try to amend that. It's not really falling against the glass. I just don't like it if it does. We don't like that kind of nonsense. See, there's our log. It moved forwards. And I'll try to avoid it falling against the glass because you can lose fireplace glass that way, and that's the last thing I need. And honestly, I don't think I need to throw in any wood at the moment. We'll keep doing this until it's settled down a bit, and then I'll throw another log on. Alrighty. Back we go. So the thing I'm wondering about is I've got it set to overwrite, and it is showing up as like red, warning, danger, and that's fair. In fact, I think I can, I can follow scene. That's fine. So boop. Yes, please compress. RGBA format is correct. If I hit save as image, will this in fact save over the one that I've got, or do I have no option but to pick a different name? Well, it took longer to do that. I think it showed the red thing, but then saved over it anyway. Yeah, see, today at 220. 464K, so that's actually weirdly large. But this is what, ooh. This is the size of the entire thing. It's not restricting itself to, it's saving the entire window. We're not done. Yeah, this is how big it is. So this is not going to work. It's not restricting itself to the size of that image. Instead, it's making it huge. And the rest of this continues to be transparent. So I'm missing something somewhere. But we're still open. So we're ready to go. So composited, viewer. Here's the composite. Well, selecting this should give me stuff in here as well. So, render. We certainly don't need to do shadows. I did stuff with color management, but it didn't matter. What do I need to do to have composite be the size of this image and not the size of the whole damn screen? TV icon, right panel. Cool. Let's look for the TV icon on the right panel. That is the right panel. It's very small, but there it is. See, here's more of my options. I switched away from it. And there's my visual thing. Oh, okay, printer icon. There we go. Okay, I told it to export this image in 1920 by 1080. That's why. Let's update that, shall we? And I wonder whether, if we do this, will it up? Probably not. I bet it won't. But this should do the job. And this is a scaling option, clearly. In C, it's a modulus, but this would be a scaling option. You could tell it 50% or whatever. Yep, sure enough. And this would let me override it and make a render region. So I am curious whether that would do correctly, but I think I would probably have to define a render region rather than simply have a composite with a size in it. Assuming the composite even has a size in it. It might not. And then here's my output settings. So we can boop it right up. Image sequence, don't need to worry about that, I don't think. Here's our color management. We can follow the scene. All that is fine. Let's go and do it again. Render image. That looks a lot better. However, that's not what I was doing. Let's go back. Okay, so no, actually, no, render image. That was correct, but it was not. Ooh, look at that. It's tiny now. And I can see that it's the right size. So how about image save? Boom, got there. Save as. And we're here, and we're going to be able to save it as image. That was much quicker because it's using a high compression rate, but it's only a tiny image this time. Close it, go into Finder. Now it's 24K. Now, that looks exactly right, although everything is still less opaque than I thought it was going to be. And for a penny in for a pound, let's re-import our Thanks Fuzz Frizz. Yeah, it's still not very, I mean, I think it's a little bit more vivid, but I was looking at being able to pump that up quite a lot. So let's see what we can do still being in here. So in theory, that makes it be much more transparent, and this makes it be like barely transparent at all. Or indeed, if we take this out completely, we can make it be, oh, didn't want that. I wanted to click on this dot. We can make it be not even transparent. But that's not actually what I want. So let's put use alpha back on. And let's try doing the levels thing here. Ooh, also this is only... Okay, yeah, we're doing it on the red channel alone. But then we're sending the image to alpha. I better get more traction out of it doing this. I am unsure whether I'm pushing it in the right direction, though. Very transparent. Kind of transparent. Maybe I was pushing it in the wrong direction the whole time. Yeah, if I was pushing it in the wrong direction the whole time, this would be producing the more opaque version that I wanted, and this would be producing the super transparent version. I don't seem to be able to overlay this viewer over any other kind of object. It would tell me instantly if I was able to overlay this on top of something like a zebra grid or whatever. I'd see it showing through the areas I want to be opaque, and that would tell me everything that I need to know. but I do not seem to be able to layer something underneath that. And that's annoying and frustrating, but what are you going to do? However, if we just fool with it like this, let's say this is the most extreme. No alpha. Doing this, I still see a little bit of detail in these darks down here. Doing the opposite extreme, I still see the same damn thing. Maybe I can look to what changes the color of the pinks less. Oh, this is frustrating as crap. Man. I can't get this to be helpful. Irritating. Let's lose this. Let's just do trial and error then. So if we do that, it's fading some of this stuff out. If we do that, I don't see any change. I don't see any change. Annoying. Also, why is this a white? Why is this a white line when this is a... Well, this is yellow until it gets to here, and then it's white. I can't necessarily go by that. It's being misleading. Oh, if only I could make this do what I want. Well, I have a little coffee left. It's 2:30. This is getting too late for me to drink coffee, but it's not so late that I can't finish off the coffee I've got. Then we'll solve this, even if we have to do it purely by trial and error. Aha. Okay, color data gets converted to black and white in going into alpha. Fair. Okay, that answers the question perfectly. Black, white. Opaque, more white. All of these things selected at once. And cranked up as hard as I can go. It looks to me like we still have loads and loads of alpha in here, but we get to find out by doing the whole render image thing again. It rendered it as a tiny boy, which I can save as. And we'll save it. And then we'll go back into here and re-import it. I see no change. Well, I can think of one way that I should be able to see a change. Look, we haven't even opened this up yet. I know one way I can see a change. Check this out. If we instead just take the alpha and replace that, now we have 100% completely opaque. If I render this, it should not be see-through anymore. And that will tell me something useful. Though I do wonder whether I could get a channel out of... Is there a RGB to a single channel? Select a channel and use that one. I'd be a little surprised if there wasn't. Let's see if this saving in business is actually doing a thing. I should be able to save this over the previous one. Ah, but look at that. I just told it to be completely opaque, but it's still drawing as transparent. That doesn't seem right at all. Oh, I know why. I made a mistake. This alpha also needs to go to here, then the render and the composite. See, this is why I wanted to have an intermediate node where I could do all of this stuff, and then it would do the result to composite and viewer in parallel. I'm still needing to do stuff twice to get my results. But that does solve the problem. So render image again. Image save as again. It's opening stuff off the top of the screen, and I can't do a damn thing to stop that. Save that. There. That looks much more solid. Let's see if we can re-import it and make it be completely solid. We can re-import it, but then what? Okay, hit save in Guardian. That's still drawing as transparent. Do I even have what I think I have here? Over to scene. Why is my zooming going to the wrong place? I do not appreciate that. Why am I not seeing mesh instance? What's going on there? Do we have something funky going on where it's like, don't show the thing? Can we hide it? Can we reveal it? Why do we, oh, also, oh, hello. Shape sphere, shape 3D. I should be able to see this collision shape. I feel like collision shape radius isn't updating. And that matters. So what is up? Visible on. Like nothing is showing here. I'm not able to see a damn thing here. And it's trying to render everything. I'm zooming in on a point that is underneath where it's supposed to be, and I don't like that one bit. Useless. And I keep not seeing the mesh instance even though I know it's there. Flip faces. Didn't change squat. Radius. Well, that might be part of it. What? Where are you oh, you're not a square. Oh, that's just simply the mesh instance. Okay, so I'm not able to zoom in on this, and I don't like it. Okay. Now at least I can see the damn thing. And I can probably zoom in on here and figure out which of these is doing the crazy triplanar thing. It's not that. It's this. So this is the special effect we're doing, but we are not getting the newly opaque version of the texture. Why? Let's reload it. Maybe that's just what I need to do. Okay, that's different, but it looks like it's still transparent, and that's weird. I'm liking it better, but it doesn't doing what I thought it was doing. Back to game. Okay, we've now made it bigger. That's very weird. I would have sworn I just told it to be an opaque thing. Okay, you know what? One way to find out. Writer, counterpart. We're going to actually play it and see what happens. Headphones enable. So that's all well and good. But down here we have the monster coming. There it is. It is still clearly transparent, but it could be a lot more vivid. And I just ran into a rock and died. Cool. So we've got that much going anyhow. It's doing that. I believe these shots will bounce off. Yep. So if it was doing collisions, those would not bounce. So there are some things for me to do with regard to making that part work. And we're not there yet. Where we're at is we have a not actually opaque at all result out of Blender, even though we've told it not to be. Yeah, at this point, it's supposed to be drawing just solid, and yet it seems not to be doing it. So I don't love that. I suppose I could simply go back to that, which I know is going to give me something, and explore here to see what kinds of results I get. So let's see. I'm sort of ogling the background there a little bit. In fact, hang on. So I can adjust this and then put it back and it'll be fine. That's too much. But if we do that with it, maybe I can see what the alpha is doing. Or maybe that is a false hope and I can't see what the alpha is doing that way at all. I also don't love that it's not honoring, like it's not chasing it while I go. Instead, it is simply forcing me to let go of the mouse in order to show me what it did. And it's basically not done. Oh, hang on. So that looks like that's going to be opaque, except for it is not. So if our darkest blacks move to our whitest whites, we're no longer adjusting alpha. And if our whitest whites are completely our darkest blacks, alpha is so intense that everything is transparent, because there are no pixels left. So in that case, partially opaque. completely opaque, no change when clicking alpha. Partially transparent. And that would mean that since image is going into here and image's data only goes up to like this part in the curve, telling it to do this. We'll make the dark parts turn transparent, although you can barely see it because I can't underlay anything under here. And then, okay, let me see. I'm being distracted. I need to throw a log on the fire. That log burnt up real quick. We'll go for another one. Here we go. It's still real cold overnight out here. So this mapping should make it so the medium values are more intense. And then this will put it back to my original brightnesses, and then render should give me the image. Comes from here. And then image save as. Now we're set to overwrite that one. 1434A, it should say 45. I can't figure out whether this is doing my thing. Oh, look, it's still red even though I pick a different texture. You know what? I'm going to take one of the Z's out. And we saved just fine. And now we've got an alternate option. This one looks like this. And this one is super duper completely wrong. What the actual hell? That's literally the opposite of what I wanted to do. This is way closer. And that's the one that I was supposed to save with complete and total opacity. So what? What the? Well, that was useless. Okay, so what the actual crap? Do we want it to be like this? Surely not. Okay, so if we do this, everything should be so completely transparent that the graphics, they do nothing. I'll back off on this for the moment just because, oh, hi. Now it's not giving me those options underneath. That one's giving me the options, and this one is not for no reason that I can see. Oh no, I just had to click on the right thing. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, 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 cool. We good, so there is our new graphic. When I can fool with it to get an obvious result if it's going to let me have one. Like if I can do this, then it's getting the new information. Render image. I wonder if I can simply, no. Save is fine, but Overwrite, please. It's supposed to have done it, but did it? And here's the new one. Ah, no, that's utterly and completely blank. That's so transparent you can't see straight. So in theory, it's doing what I ask. All of these pixels are being maxed to super duper ultra transparent, whether you like it or not. So then if I do this, we should be able to make a lot of that more opaque. And if I save that, and then load it in Godot and see it, that'll be telling me something. In theory, I should be able to do these things. So, image, save, Finder. Now what do we got? That is very transparent. It looks to me a little bit like the degree of transparency in that is including the blueness that I changed and added. But I can't really tell because it's so damn transparent. I need to see these colors more vividly. This is not acceptable. We're going to keep trying until I do. So, what happens if I skip this RGB curves that is causing me such headaches and do something else? Let's delete that and, oh, I get to do add from here. Cool. Color adjust mix. We could try a brightness contrast and see what that says. If we do that, it will go from no change in alpha. Let's see what we get. So brightness should make it opaque. I may be seeing a little change here. It's a little hard to tell. What's my limits to this? Okay, 100. All right, that turned it into a, I should do it different. I should do a separate image viewer. Because I know that the opacity, give me another viewer. That's not here. That's not how to do it. Add. Output, viewer. Okay. Depending upon which are selected, here's what we get. So, don't need to worry about view as alpha. Now we have, here's our image, and here's what the alpha actually is. So if I back this off, and that's why it's so transparent. Some of this stuff, I wonder whether I can do a thing. Is there a node where I can convert to black and white? Let's find out. It's going to be add. What's an alpha convert? Let's see what we get. It did not do the thing I thought it was going to do. You know what? That's fine. Also, we're not running any of this to the save, but that's fine too. So delete that. We're going to run the image to this additional viewer. So what's been happening is I'm not getting any density to it because this is all very, very dark. And that's fine. It's meant to be. I could be ramping up the brightness quite a bit. I should be ramping up the brightness quite a bit, but only if we select this viewer. And in fact, we screwed around with it to make it extremely ugly. So let's put it back. This is supposed to be the image. I feel like we're still lacking a little bit in terms of vividness, but if the alpha is the same, it wouldn't matter if we did this with it. We do want all of that stuff to be max. I do wonder whether there's a saturation control. Let's find out. Saturation is really what I'm looking for. Let's go and find a saturation control. Bingo. What if this instead of RGB curves? Maybe that's what I'm looking for this whole time. Bada boom. So, use image in alpha. If we do this, we get the original. Here's what we're sending to the save and also the viewer. Value will ramp this up to the point where we can have it be literally bright. That is assuming, of course, that that worked. I would have thought doing value would change this part. I would have thought altering hue would change this part. What's going on? Let's not use alpha. Oh no, I needed to click on the viewer. Okay. I was clicking on composite, so viewer wasn't updating. Never mind. We got there. Oh, and this one's updating live. I love it. Other ones were not. So value, as hoped, that goes from black to murky dark to boosted. I was looking for boosted. Saturation, hue. So about 0.5 was our basic color. And so we can revolve around through there. Or indeed rotate over so that we got that purplish color that we looked for. And this is now more vivid, although I do not know whether I get to punch in crazy values. Find out. Yup. Cool. And then there's our transparency. I feel like maybe that's too crazy of a value, so let's back it down. It's going to be transparent glows, so these could be anything. And then maybe saturation, something totally bonkers. Ooh, that didn't actually help, did it? Back to the base colors. Okay, well, we have full intensity glow. That's one of the things I was looking to get. Oops. What's FAC then? Oh, is this like a dry wet? If it is, can you do multiple dry? Sure can. There, full intensity, and then this viewer is literally my input, so we can make it be so bright that it's just completely opaque. Or we can make it be so dark that it's completely transparent. But you know what we want is to tighten up the edges in here a little bit. So ramp up the bright and keep goosing the contrast until what I'm looking for is like a threshold control, but I'm not going to get one. Okay, this is frustrating. Well, do we have a threshold control? I'd want to blur it a little bit, but that would work. Wood stove seems to be going okay. That's probably along the lines of what I'm looking for. But this needs to, I'm looking for it to be like a black and white kind of thing. And I don't believe it's going to give me that option. Although I'm getting closer. Let's just go crazy, go nuts, bonkers. I'm going to continue boosting it. Until the blacks are still black, but I've gotten as close to making the whites blank out completely as I can. Okay, 100 is as far as I can go contrast-wise. What happens when I start backing this off? Hello. That's what I was looking for. Check out what it does in Viewer. Now I'm going to have vividly colored solid areas that show up a lot better and completely black opaque areas. But I'm not going to want it to be quite this crazy. Looks like exactly 50 is an appropriate setting. And then a contrast of like 99.9 maybe? Nah, it needs to be a little more forgiving than that. Or does it? Ooh, check it out. .0 and so the bright white areas, that's going to be translated into alpha, that's going to be translated into fully opaque, whereas before most of this wasn't nearly as opaque as all that. It's so hard to judge this based on only overlaid over a medium gray when I'm dealing with whites and blacks and stuff and trying to make them work. That's terrible. But we're working with something kind of like this. And the brightness of those is the opacity of what becomes these colors. So it's not necessarily going to go as bright as it shows in the alpha render, which probably means I can goose this further or back contrast down a little further. Kind of like that. Because it was like really dim before. And this is purely being translated into darkness levels. So like all of this stuff, it's going to be a lot easier to see, but the colors are actually these colors. And there's the fade out factor. Okay, let's give it a try. Got farther than I expected. That was really the key, was making a separate viewer for the alpha channels dedicated, because I needed to be able to have something like this happening, and I was miles and miles away from doing it. So far away from being able to do that. Yeah, so now that's a lot more opaque than it was. And we get to save that. Here we are in Finder. This is the one that we just made. Yeah, see, now you can see the red there. And back into Godot. Oh, it disappeared. Interesting. What the hell is up with that? Are we just doing the most recent... Oh, we're on defense green PNG. We want to be on this. We want to re-import. In fact, let's override this and specifically import this one. Hit save from there. Now let's see what we're seeing in this. Well, we're seeing a lot of rocks that are going to kill me, but before we see that, where's our monster? It should be way the heck down here. I can see it's off in this direction. Okay, it's way too large. I screwed up. I made it way too large. So here's where I went wrong. In Guardian, I updated the mesh instance. Collision shape is still tiny, but I made mesh instance be a lot bigger. Instead, it needs to be radius 0.5 and height of 1. Now this makes it so I can't work with it in Godot. And I'm still hating that. Look, I zoom in and it's looking underneath it. I can't zoom in on this object. That is super dumb and frustrating. I don't know what broke. But here we are. We're not able to do this thing. And I don't know whether it's position transform, but I do know that I needed to update that. Radius of 0.5, so that seems to be about the same as before. But this was exactly the one that wasn't working. Regardless, let's see if anything happened or worked. Dum-de-dum. Got less than an hour before thawing out my dinner. So in theory, I should be able to find my dude that's attacking me. I hear him coming. I don't see him. Oh no, I do. It was there. He is very hard to see now. My transparency stuff did the opposite effect and failed to work. That's worth fixing. I feel like it would be good if that was actually work and good. The whole idea was to make this guy visible, and he's very much not more visible. And I'd love to know why. See, you can just barely see him. That is the no buenoest of no buenos. Something that is supposed to be that deadly if I had the collision stuff working, that is invisible. Invisible monster seems bad. And I saw in Godot that the texture of it changed radically. If we go back to game, like that's about the opacity I was seeing from it. It's damn near invisible. And I want to know why, and I don't. See, there he is. There he is for all the good it's doing me. Do I have an access? No, I don't. Well, we're colliding with level 1. Okay, back to the Guardian scene. We're still not able to zoom in on him. I still don't know why. Why am I showing that? See, I got a little thing on the side there. And it is showing how close I am to this spot way, way, way underneath what I'm actually trying to zoom in on. That's weird. Okay, origin, that's cool. No translation settings. Those seem normal. How about maybe not auto orthogonal enabled? Does that help? Well, now I've lost that perspective view. And I don't know how to get it back. Maybe if I do this, okay. Got there. Front view, and then we rotate it. And now can we zoom in? Ah, okay, that fixed it. Whatever it was that had gone so horribly wrong, that fixed it. There's my collision shape. Here's my mesh instance, which is now utterly and completely transparent. And I don't know why. Don't need that. Oh, look, material is also showing as super duper transparent. Disabled. Oh, hello. Interesting. Blend mode add, you say. How about blend mode pre-multiplied alpha rather than add? Then what? Okay, there's our alpha transparency. Our blend mode is now pre-multiplied alpha. We can switch this over to front view and see if it helps any. Shading, what's going on there? Okay, unshaded is correct. Diffuse mode is also correct. Specular should not matter. Vertex color should not matter. Texture, so force sRGB? No. Okay, that's what we're seeing. It's just not right. Again, we're drawing these dumb things over a background that is middle gray and makes it just super extra difficult to do anything. And sure enough, that looks very... So maybe that's what this actually is in there, but it's unhelpful. Let's go back into Blender again. So this is supposed to be what we're drawing, and I kind of see that. This is supposed to be our alpha channel. I'm not seeing that. This should make it more opaque. I'm not sure if that's going to help, but this should be making it more opaque. Let's try. Image. Save. Replace what's already in there. Still looks very transparent to me. Back into here. Okay. It does look different now. Gotta say, I'm a little disappointed at this. Oh, hi. We could do this here, apparently. Huh. Oh, holy crud, do we get to... Wow. What do we got here? I have to see what this looks like in the game. First of all, let's see whether it looks the same. Okay, that's not doing the same thing that it did. Which one does it do? If we do it here, we have a glow, which is delightful. But perhaps not what it's doing. What do we get when we actually play it? Do we get that cool glow, or do we get this sort of Pollock-looking thing? Either way, I bet it'll show. Down there somewhere. Oh, okay. No, that does not actually look any different than it did. So we did not actually save that then. Boop. Save. There. Now we get to see whether it's the cool glowing effect, which I can moderate, and it would be perfect, or whether it's as it shows in game. It's as it showed in game. So that is going to appear the way it did on the game screen. And that should mean I can adjust it as I need. But we did at least ramp up the brightness a whole bunch. Back to Blender, and maybe let's fuss with this a little tiny bit more. There, we do that. Let's add another node. Can we add a make this into black and white node? We can if we use hue saturation. If we do hue saturation, we can make it be black and white, which is what it wants. And then send that to alpha, and then at least we know what we're getting. So that's cool. That looks like a pretty good opacity for some of this stuff. That looks like a pretty good alpha map. I'm evaluating which bits of it are darkness and how that affects things. That's probably good. I bet I can work with that. Save as. Got there. I don't like that it keeps opening that window up in the top corner, but I can't really blame it. It's a tiny window for a tiny image. Now that we've done that, back over to here, we just updated it in game. And when we go here, what do I have to do to not have this awesome glow effect that I don't get to have in game? That don't help. Yeah, what do I need to do? Okay, I'm going to want that, so that's fine. That, I think, didn't matter. So it was texture, I think. Actually, it was texture's color. I, whatever I is. I think I is emission or something. I would love to have this glowy effect. I don't think it's going to give it to me. I also don't appear to have a reset, but well, that's back to what it originally was. So all well and good. I think at literally zero, we're taking figuring out what this is doing. I've got a glow effect happening on this, but only in this screen. As soon as I go over to game, it's gone. Which is not to say that that doesn't look cool, because that looks kind of cool. And it's visible, and that's a helpful thing. But it's not what I'm looking to have. If we can solve this, I can start working on the collider. There's a couple of, I have a web page saved which has like collider suggestions. Things you can do when your collider has gone horribly wrong. So let's see. Like if I do A here, I think that makes it transparent, and I should see it in game. And that's a good transparency looking thing, and I do believe that that is consistent to what I was doing with the triplanar mapping and with the newly saved graphic. And that's what it is currently. So there's broader areas being covered, and that's consistent with what I'm seeing. I think it would be super awesome to make it light up like it was doing here. Also, it's completely wild that it's saving little snapshots from 5 minutes ago. That's whack. So there's texture. Ooh, look, we can force sRGB and it makes it go dark. Interesting. Does this have anything to do with how I do this? A means opacity, and what that's doing is that's causing it to draw black. Interesting. We save that and look at what game does with it. Yep. That's being drawn in black. I don't want it drawn in black. Back to the weird lands of what color means here. I. What the hell is I? Okay, this is the light being cast on it. I'm not getting anything resembling a tooltip about this. Or there. Okay, here we have our full luminosity. We're using 100% white, but also I is times 10. Here, it makes a cool glowing effect. And I can hit save, or I can hit save once I do this. But when I switch over to game, I'm not seeing that cool glowing effect. Although I'm seeing the colors that are associated with that cool glowing effect, so that's not so bad. And this represents what I'm going to be seeing playing the actual game. But here I have a glow. So texture force, I think this changed things. Oh God, yes it did. So force sRGB is doing something here. And the intensity of I is doing something here. So one thing I can at least do is ramp this up until it's going to be showing about the same this time now. So in this case, at least I can make it so you can see it in game. And I'm going to go back to Rider and fool with the code of it a little bit, because one of the things we're doing is making, one of the things I'm doing is keeping an eye on my wood stove. One of the things we're doing, this is the collider that doesn't work. And here's our pulse, and here's our material. And here's the multiplication factor. So we can have that be times 1. Maybe that's not the best choice. Well, we're not able to update this because we're not getting any collisions at all. And I don't love that, but it appears to be the world in which we live. What do we have when we have this? It's probably going to be more passive. Oh yeah, no, I can see that just fine now. Although it is showing up oddly on the screen. And that is a bot. bit of work, but at the same time, it does at least show up. It's drawing in this vivid orange, which is not really what I had in mind. But that might have something to do with the changes that I added to it. Also, I feel like it would be cool if it kind of twirled or did more. But that's what it do. No question about that. Crank it up and it'll become more angry. We don't get to update this yet, but I do get to set it. So I can at least check some of this stuff out. Alrighty. So this starts moving faster as it goes. This is doing the making it chase business. So there's that. And okay, UV scale, pulse times guardian rage. So that's the intensity with which that operates. So let's bounce back over to here and see that it doesn't look as cool as it does here. That's my problem. I don't know what it's doing. We're doing something wrong. Hit save. Here's our texture. Albedo color. Now we're doing all of this aggressive stuff. So maybe I'm having a problem with forcing it to also be rendered with transparency. I don't know. Go back to game. It'll show me what it looked like in game. That looks the same. Let's take this color and pull back this factor a little bit. Expression. This is what it's doing. It's drawing expression. So if you multiply by like 10, in this window it's using a different environment than my basic environment in game. In this window, environment includes like a glow effect. In this window, there is no glow effect. And in this window, the reason that it went orange is because it's taking everything in there and ramping it up by that multiplying factor. That is a multiplying factor, meaning that everything's pegged at its maximum setting. Now, in the Guardian scene, our representation is in an environment that contains some screen effects and things that we don't get to take advantage of here, because we have a simpler scenario here, which is why we have a decent frame rate rather than chugging. We're not using this glow factor. But we need to be not using this multiply factor, which can also be negative. And let's see if we can set it to exactly 0. There's our color, white, and the alpha is at 0. That's the light being cast on this. So if we hit save, well, if we click out of that box and then hit save, then in game that looks more like what the texture actually was, which is not great, but it's at least something. So we could fool with that a little bit more too. Now we're able to see the transparency, but what we're not actually seeing is particularly good colors. And to some extent that's because the colors here tend to be on the dingy dark side. So instead, maybe it's time to do this brightness and contrast thing and continue to back off the contrast. That's brightness, not contrast. Back off the brightness. And we have transparency once more. So see, we still have bright areas. We can get it so that some of these bits are actually very opaque, but then we don't necessarily want to push the opaque so hard. I feel like it would be nice to blur this, but I maybe don't need to. But I bet I have a node for that. This is Blender. There's a node for everything. Let's throw in a node for that. Blur filter. Oh, unlike defocus. What's defocus? Oh, that's not going to be useful at all. I'm already in 2D. Directional blur. Vector blur. Yeah, let's not. Straight up regular blur. And that can go in this line because then I get to move that stuff around a little bit. So, Gaussian blur. I don't think that matters. I'm not seeing a change here. I feel like I should be seeing a change here. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Now I do. Okay. Now this might not play nicely with it being a wrapping texture, so I'm going to want to be much smaller than that. That should be about the size of it. The fact that we are blurring, but it's not tiling the blur, may very well cause me problems. But you know what? It's fine. I don't see any change here. Ooh, interesting. That changed things a little bit. Gamma corrected values A. Ooh, interesting. Relative. That just went straight back to the non-blurred part, but we're going to go back to this part, which is blurred. There, here's our new alpha. Yeah, no, that's alpha. Here's our basic texture. There's where the blur lives. And here we hype up all of the saturation to ridiculous extents. Hang on. Why do you know updating? Oh, we've got a screwed up scenario here. Okay, there's our real proper viewer. There's our alpha channel. There's what we're doing using the alpha channel. There's our output. Those are getting the same things connected to it, so that part's fine. They're coming from the same place. Here's viewer. Now what happens? Do I see the changes now? Yes. So that makes it much darker. Like, I'm losing texture in here somehow. I'm a little puzzled as to what's going on. I also don't know what FAC means, and it's probably not going to tell me. Use alpha. So that fades everything out. These are vivid colors as I cranked it up so ridiculously far. We're going to use the base color again. All right, that's much more intense, although I am suffering a little bit from I think that what I'm suffering from is just the degree to which I have made it be opaque masses. I'm used to seeing it with a lot more transparency, and I pushed so far in this direction. I think glow is off. Yes, that's the world node. I've got an environment node in there, and it's not using glow because there hasn't really been anything to use it on yet. So here's one thing that's going on. I have made this so polarized that it's drawing my colors as just areas of like brick red. And what I was looking to do, and may yet still be able to do, but possibly not with this, is because see, here's what I started out with, and these are really dingy colors. They're not good. And since the alpha, so what was happening was the alpha was forcing this to be drawn almost totally transparent. I've updated it so that it is drawing it with much more vivid colors, but I want it to be much more generally transparent. But I have set the alpha channel to mostly not be transparent at all. And it's doing a much better job at drawing it visibly, but it's doing a much worse job at drawing it like glowing fields. And having the glow in there is compensating for that in a way that's not helpful. So here what I need to do, and I don't suppose I can, I bet there's a way that I can bypass this, but I don't know what it is. What I'll be wanting to do here is backing contrast way the heck off, and backing brightness way the heck off, until everything is a lot more gray. Looks like a roughly add bright and add twice as much contrast gets me where I want to go. Like that. So that's now brighter than it used to be, but not as bright as the really garish version. And I've got a blur in there. Now I probably don't need as much of a blur in there. Let's dial that back. What's extend bounds mean? Oh God, that's not going to work at all. Oh no, that's no bueno. Can't do that. If I hit gamma, it fills things in a little bit more nicely. Bokeh seems to do nothing, so I don't care. Relative percent means 0. Don't like that. Variable size appears to do nothing. Heck help us. Oh, we're playing with Blender today. It's extremely time consuming. But what the hey. So, there's our new alpha. It's much brighter than the previous alpha was. There's our new colors. They're much brighter than the previous colors were, as well as super, super, super intense. I was looking to make that intensity even more, but at least it's going to step away from this sort of dingy brick red looking thing that I had. Because I need to have that full brightness. I am super tempted to just go, nah, let me pick a full brightness color and that's going to be the pixelation of it. I'm really kind of tempted to do that. And then alpha fills in where that shows through. Because what's irritating me is I'd like to bring all of these reds to this intense result. I suppose I could just keep pushing. Okay. We can but try, I guess. Know what FAC will do in this circumstance? FAC. What do you do, FAC? That's a fade. That's just a fade. That's a fade between the original one and our crazy boost one. Well, we'll give this a try. Yeah, logic operations might be useful here. We're going to see what we get out of this now. Also, use alpha. Basically fades it to this background color, which is unhelpful. Here's what our alpha actually is. So black is going to be transparent, and the end result pixels are going to be dimmed from what the full blast is, this being the full blast. And got alphas and images going to all the right places. So that's cool, because this is only looking at the alpha channel. Alrighty, back to render. Render that image. And no point hitting save, because none of this is in save. Oh, look at that. I made it be invisible again. Amazing that it picked that up. Yeah, well, what I did, it did what it did, but unhelpfully. So now that I've chilled it out so much, and we're using a full brightness light, and I can go to game to see what it will actually look like. And the little preview of game. Oh, let's open game back up again. What the hell? What the actual hell? There we go. So it's going to look like this in game. And that's clearly no bueno. That's not okay at all. So then, also I'm curious, now what have I got in Finder? This should be showing me the same thing that I'm seeing. Yeah. All of a sudden, there's no color, and it's completely bland. I'd like to know why that is. That seems wrong. Why am I not... Can I... If I move Finder out of the way and go back into Blender... Okay, so no alpha. These grays are the opacity. We're doing a hue saturation value that's cutting the value down completely. We can up the brightness using the hue saturation value here or put it back. We've got our blur, so we've got that going at least. So brightness and contrast. is doing us an injury. And part of this is that we are not doing this using add, and that's part of the problem. Before, I was adding, and that's going to make it show up differently in game. It makes it like a light. Give me a second. I've got more firewood to throw. You know, honestly, it's fine if this day was mostly notable for that speaker design stuff in the beginning of it. If that's how it's got to be, I'm cool with it. But I would like to get at least something done in the Godot game-making world. Godot game-making is fun. I'd like to not have that be a completely stalled-out failure. I know you can't hear me. I don't have it set up to use the same mics. Actually, there's a way I can fix that. There. Now you can hear me a little bit better. Just after I finish doing that thing. Okay. Opacity. Let's just type it. There. So that should be transparency and opacity. Indeed. Okay, that went too far. And that's too opaque. So that's about where we're at. Hey, Phosphorus, we're still trying to get this nonsense to work. So when we do this, we should be able to get bright, vivid colors out of this, using this as the alpha channel and hyping up all the color as much as possible so that it looks more like glowing stuff. When I switch it over to just add mode, it shouldn't be these murky, ugly colors anymore. But I'm trying to get it to jump out a little bit more. So render image. Here we are. Save. We're going to overwrite again. Compression is fine. Color depth is fine. File format. There doesn't seem to be any special option for alpha, and in fact I've got it set to alpha. Color management, display device, view. Could this be my problem? That's an override as well. So if we set it to view raw, well, I mean, that's going to have other consequences as well, although it might be fine. So let's see what we get when we tell it to be view raw. So it should be that. So here's the question. Having just saved that, Finder, okay, 353, that is now. This will show me what it looks like in Godot. Okay. That's looking way the heck better. That's a brightly colored red rather than just darkness. And the background is, of course, this ugly gray. Now let's go back into Godot and see what we're looking at. Okay, I see something now, kinda. Refraction, not our friend today. I wonder if it wants detail to be on. Like triplanar has a significant effect to it as well. This is what we're trying to use. Triplanar makes this effect happen. Hit save and look at what we see in game. We're back to kind of dim and murky. Part of that is because we're not using add. That was a change I made early today that needs to be changed right back. So blend mode goes to add, meaning that transparency can be disabled. So that was a bit of a waste of time. We didn't need any of that. But maybe it'll still be useful. Let's see what we look like here. Using only add, it makes it a lot more possible to see around other stuff. That part's fine. One trouble is we're now completely ignoring transparency, so this is all well and good. In fact, there's still some tweaks that I can make here. Like depth render. So what matters here? Probably don't need to care about that. Pre-multiplied alpha. Alpha gives me the transparency effect I was looking for, but honestly, the thing add has going on, see, that's no bueno. That's no bueno. That's actually weird. That's weird and interesting. Yeah, it instantly turns to hidden, and then it appears only as a sort of pixely effect, which is on a finer level than the actual texture is, but it's too damn dim to be useful. So let's not bother with that. And that's doubtless not useful either. So I'm pretty sure when you set alpha, you don't get to do add, but maybe I'm mistaken about that. So alpha transparency means it's not going to even try to add, but then add is going to try to add. So let's derp around a little bit more. This is what it's going to look like in game. Completely invisible. Go me. And then here's where we can play with color. And what this is going to do is multiply this white and make it be even more. Whereas alpha is going to bring in transparency. So when we start boosting this, we're going to start seeing it again, most likely. And of course, here's where we start seeing that searing color. But the thing about this, though, if we hype it up until it is thoroughly visible, hit save, back to game, but we're using add, that just made it way more visible in a way that I feel might be useful-ish. Now, if we were to go back to here and ignore transparency, and then go back to here, now we're able to see all of that stuff because we hyped it up and cranked it out and made it so that anything no matter what it is, gets added. So I would have to dial back the multiply factor of this. So there might be a happy medium in here somewhere. So here's I. Pull it back quite a bit, but we're still using the overlay mode of add, blend mode of add rather. Back to game. Now we've got a fair bit of detail, but when there's like greenish tinges in there, that's going to pump up the vividness of greens behind it. So this is kind of neat, but this is also I can see where the blur ran out of steam. But this is losing what the alpha channel gave. And there's still the possibility of throwing a blur in on this. There's still the possibility of including that in the environment. So back to here. We'll use alpha transparency. I do wonder whether, see, let's see some of our, the notes are under me, but I'll read them. Alpha, the material will use the texture's alpha values for transparency. This is the slowest to render and disables shadow casting. Alpha scissors, it will cut off values below a threshold, so it's like a edge. It's faster. It supports shadows. And alpha hash, spatially deterministic thresholds, faster than alpha blending, but slower than opaque rendering. Suitable for hair rendering. I don't think that's relevant to what we want. And then depth prepass, you get to, you know what? Let's see what alpha just does. We've got that. And then blend mode is add. And then we go to the color and we start ramping this up again. But now we have an alpha transparency in there. And let's see what kinds of looks this produces. But also, let's take a moment, ramp it up as far as it'll go, switch over to game, and see if we can get that glow effect happening. But before I do that, I have to go and thaw out my taco foods. So I'll be back in a moment. Okay, I'm back. Hey. So, here we are in game. Here we have a glow effect, which in theory could be heightened. And I believe that's because we have a default environment. Here we don't. Why? Here's world environment. Here's our tone map. Ooh. Okay, well, glow is not on. Okay, that can be done. I wonder if I can enhance it. Ooh, it just opened up a batch of controls. You just can't see them because they're underneath my image on the screen. Normalized glow. No. Intensity of glow. Rawr. Strength of glow. Oh yeah. Bloom. Blah. Actually, bloom is affecting literally everything. Blend mode. Screen. Additive. Soft light. Well, that's useless. Replace. Okay, that's ridiculous. Mix. Also kind of useless. Additive seems best. So having enabled glow in the world environment, which I hope is a screen space thing. Now what does this look like? It's going to be a pain in the eyes, but what else have we got going on? Well, I got a bunch of rocks getting in the way, and if I hit them, it will kill me, so let's not hit them. So where's our new glowy monster? He's here. And it's mad at me and chasing me, but... oh god, where'd it go? There it is. But this time, my shots are not intersecting with it. This collider's gone. Run away. So distance plays a part here as well. The intensity that goes to should play a role also. Yeah, I'm not able to hit it. Well, but does that mean that I can fly into it? Yeah, collision's gone. The collider's not working. So that's a whole other thing. Attack! So that's pretty wild. I feel like I should be scaling some of this stuff down as well. So pulse times Guardian Rage. Pulse is a sine factor. So if I don't have it multiplying so much, here's what it will do. Also, let's fuss with this stuff a little bit. It doesn't look like this in game. I don't know what it's thinking. Did I fail the save or something? I wouldn't mind it looking like that in game, but it super does not. Okay, so environment is environment. Here we go. Background, sky. This is the skybox. Ambient light, sky, contribution. All of this stuff basically fine. Specular light source, not worried about that, that's fine. Tone map, we're already using this with reasonable success. Let's not use screen space reflections, there's nothing to do that. Ambient occlusion, nothing to do that. My geometries are all very simple. Indirect lighting, nope. Sign distance, field, global illumination, yikes, no, that's not useful at all. Glow, levels, huh, what's this about? Presumably if they are set to 0, they are not in use. So this gives you the shape and effect of what's going on there. We can have those be off and then just have this sort of psychedelic effect kicking in, although it's not really doing anything. Oh, glow levels sum together so their intensities equal 1. Well, that's actually fine. Maybe I'm using forward plus. So we can intensify it hilariously. See, intensify it hilariously. And in theory, in additive, yeah. Don't need bloom. Bloom is going to affect everything. Glow HDR threshold. There you go. Here's what we're talking about. So I could set it to be just barely registering some of the outer space glows. Like there's one in the background there. So if we set HDR threshold to bring that in, and HDR scale, Well, that's a weird setting, but we can see what it does. I'm just curious as whether in-game I can get some of these freaky things happening, at which point I'll feel like I'll be able to control them. First, I want to see it, so let's see whether running it in Rider gives me those crazy effects. Yep, I see that. And in fact, I am enjoying the fact that blinking bots are now deeply spectacular when they are nearby. Blinkety flashity craziness. And then here's our scary monster. And our scary monster is not lighting up the way that I thought it would. I would have thought that would act differently. And we still don't have any collision. Yeah, so that moving guy is the guy that was supposed to be glowing away like crazy, and it's not. What's up with that? Well, so clearly this not as necessary. Okay, those can be a little bit more normal. So this is what I'm not seeing. I would have thought that if we make this guy go crazy like this, although he's not saved, there's that. So blend mode add, color mode back, depth draw opaque only, or never. Albedo color, we have a giant boost here. So let's go completely crazy with that. I is times 16 now. Hit save. Game is showing it fairly similarly to how it was already drawn. Now let's see whether it looks like that in game, because I'm not confident that it does. I would love for this to look the same way in Godot and in game. There. I like what the glow is doing here. Got little blinks, but if you get close enough, the ones that are light color, you can really see when they are blinking. Okay, where's our monster? There he is. That is not producing the glow. What is up with this? That seems not so. Is it exempt somehow? Definitely should run through it without any problem. So there's that. So our collider is gone, and the glow doesn't work for you. Glow works just fine for you. See, a glow. But glow does not work for you. But in Godot it does. Oh, I hit a rock. That's supposed to be glowing up a storm. Interesting. And yeah, like I said, back over here, in theory we're supposed to be seeing this, but we're super not. It'd be kind of great. That looks amazing, but we're not. So, Guardian. If I select you, what are we looking at? So, physics body access lock. Collision object, keep active. Collision layer 1. Rigid body, blah, blah, blah. We got all of this stuff. That's fine. I don't see anything in the way of the mesh, so I have to go over here to get the mesh. Okay, I hit save. Still looking like... but this is a different glow than in the actual scene. So do we have an option here for mesh instance and collision shape is posing a problem. Disabled on. Boom, there you are. I don't know what that was about, but I turned it right off. Transform, it's fine. Node is visible. Mesh instance, do we have properties in here having to do with how it interacts with the glow? Because this is a different glow than the one in the main environment. We, in theory, have collision now, but we don't have the same glow that we had in the main environment. Oh, there is most definitely a mismatch. Yeah, like it looks like this in the Godot engine, and then it completely fails to do any of that, and I want to know why. And this is not even the main environment. So transparency alpha, blend mode add, clone mode back. It's able to draw it fairly intensely. Okay, shading. Unshaded. Disabled specular. We're not disabling fog. We're not disabling ambient light. We could disable fog. Fog will make it dim out, so that's probably what I do want to disable. And we don't need specular occlusion either, so we'll disable that. This changes things, but not in such a way that's that useful. Disable receive shadows, don't care. Those, not a problem. No proximity or distance fade. Do we have in here somewhere visual instance 1? Yes, fine, okay. Maybe we don't want to use AABB center. That shouldn't have an effect on anything. Here's our light. The light's actually working fine. All my layers are layer 1. Light is visible. String player means nothing. That's fine. I don't see a problem there. Add UV2 does not appear to be doing anything. Skeleton. Well, that doesn't have anything to do with anything. Surface material override. Okay, that's fine. Global illumination. Could this be what's doing that? Mode. Well, this does contribute to global illumination because it's an only light. But I don't think I'm using voxel illumination, so that shouldn't matter. Yeah, texels and things. No, I don't think that actually plays a role. And then this visibility stuff is faded. It's not doing a damn thing. It is visible. Position looks normal. I don't get why this is not... Lovely that I'm adding glows, but frustrating that this is not able seemingly to cause them. I don't get it. Well, we could do a map thing since we're blurring out some bits of it. Oh, and if we do this, things get a lot more intense. So we can at least play with this. Even if we're not able to make it do anything useful, we might at least be able to make it do something amusing or pretty. So that helped somewhat. And this is still baffling me completely. Glow map. Well, that's an empty glow map, so that should be fine. Fog. I don't think I have a damn thing in here that specifically exempts Guardian. Nothing here specifically exempts Guardian, and yet it's not able to make it glow. That is deeply weird and annoying. Am I updating it somewhere? Back into the breach. Okay, so we've got our wonderful glow. It means that these guys can look very cool when they are blinking. And that's fine and good. But, oop, hi. All of a sudden it came good. That's way more bright than it needed to be. Hell yeah. So yeah, don't hit this thing. We don't need the glow to be as big as this. Now I can bounce off it too. But it did not kill me. And our shots bounce off of it. So that's all well and good. I don't know how that happened, but I'm happy that it happened. That means we can dial some of this stuff back. Or ramp some of this stuff up. So triplanar sharpness. We can crank that up. Here's our UV scale. That's what it looks like when we go into the lower sections, and so maybe we don't need as much of this green. So we can fool with this to dial back that effect. See, at 10, we start bringing in that green. I'm affecting things I don't want to affect. Let's click away from that, shall we? Thank you. And then, here's scale again. Now we're able to bring that glow in, and it is going to have a more obvious effect in game. And we can probably even fuss with world environment now that it's actually doing what it was meant to. I don't know what was stopping it before. That seems crazy. Dum-de-dum. Strength. Well, that can stay high, but we can pull the threshold around a little bit, maybe. So if that threshold is 4, then we do get to fire these off very aggressively, but other things won't be affected as much. And then dialing back strength manipulates all of that. Also, we can enhance some of these effects crazily. So I feel like levels... No, don't mind me. I feel like not using those levels might have its own useful effect, but I'm not sure. Listen to all the honks going on. Intensity. What's default? 0.3? So we can do very ominous things with this. And then threshold intensifies or does not. So we crank threshold way up, and then only the brightest things fire that off. And then intensity highest, strength not. And maybe this is too large of an area. Or maybe it's actually fine. Yeah, there's little sense to having these. If I have one of them crazy go nuts intense, I don't need the other ones. Let's hit a quick save. Is map strength doing anything? No. I don't have a map loaded. And HDR scale can bring these out. So if we play with that then, and remember I still need to do a thing. So let's see if we ever hit this. There, now it's going to start printing stuff to console if we ever encounter this routine. I could have checked that last time. I didn't, but we're checking it now. Okay, so now we don't have the glows happening much, although maybe with some of them. Like with this guy. Do you ever glow? No, it's not bright enough. Our monster. That's ominous looking. Let's run into him. Bonk. So we can play with that a little bit more. But for now, if this is the console, I don't see any reference to GD print here. Yeah, I don't think we ever got here. So why would that be? If I put that in another section, as always, keeping that fire going. We've got a half an hour to go. I may be able to get the collision thing working. I can probably get a cool looking glow thing working, because at least now it's doing something. Oop. Alrighty, off you go, log. See, that makes it glow too. Alrighty. I have no idea what fixed it, Chad. I'm happy that something fixed it, but I don't know what I did. It does appear to be doing this, though, so... Can I tell this scene to use the global environment? Surely there must... It would be so much easier if I was using the global environment for this inspector. View. Settings. Doesn't have environment in there anywhere. Okay, preview environment. Don't want that. That's the dimmest damn on or off I've ever seen in my life. Ambient occlusion, tone map, global illumination. Look at that. Oh god, it's crashing. Doesn't like that one bit. No, no, no. No, we're not happy. I hit this button and everything died. Well, you know what? I can go to here and wait for the other one to die. So, I should be able to print the body that entered being one of the nodes. It'll have a name. It'll have a scene file path, which is probably part of the name. So post-process glow. This is wild. Look at this button. See what it looks like? I hit that and then it's just delicately lit up. But I don't feel I'm getting to use. Okay, if a world environment is added to the scene. So that's our preview environment. We can do a preview sunlight. No translations, no gizmos. Now it looks different. Yeah, we can make it be pitch black at least. That seems fun. Yeah, this is not going to be of the most helpful. Let's switch the sampling back to nearest. Get a little more detail in there, seeing as it's all pixel mode anyhow. We're going to leave repeat on because it makes everything a little bit busier. Here's our material. So, okay, back to albedo. We've got it as times 10, but we can go to times 12 to get it really funky. Hit save. Oh, click out of there and then hit save. There we go. Back to game. Now it gets to look like this. Now we get to play with this glow business a little bit more delicately. So that's basically dividing everything in a particular sort of way. It can produce these vivid areas. And if we're continuing to do the value doubling thing, which we're not supposed to normally be able to see this, but we're using it as a special effect. Fair. I think that's a worthy use of my being annoyed by tedious things, to be able to bring that. So that pleases me. I'm happy. Blend mode additive. So that's an intense looking thing. And we're dividing. Can I do a 0.05, I wonder? Yup, sure can. And then this, and it could conceivably even continue. Like, do I want to do that? It's doing a lot, but it might be doing it in screen space. If it's doing it in screen space, it's not as challenging as all the other stuff we're doing. Which is not to say that it isn't a lot. I'm just saying that I'm running up to 1,000 bots, all with their own geometries and all with many instances in every direction. So this game has harder things to deal with than a bunch of glow. We're also not doing other things with it, so there's that. 0.025. At what? Oh, it rounded it. It rounded it to 0.03. So let's call that 0.02, and we'll end up seeing what this looks like. If we normalize it, everything gets a much dimmer. Strength was one way of making this be really intense, but intensity, of course, is another way of making it be more or less intense. So if I cool this off, we can make points on this glowy thing go to full, look, intensity of 0.9. Well, 0.3 is actually default. One. And then we can see what that looks like. And threshold is what brings in glows on absolutely everything, which is somewhat unhelpful. Our normal threshold is 1, but we can push it way higher if we want. And then scale, defaults to 2. So that's smoothing the way it kicks in. If you don't smooth it, you get these very intense edges. And then luminance cap, the HDR glow gets clamped beyond this point. Let's not have a luminance cap for all practical purposes. So then that guy gets to be very vivid. Bloom starts to bring in details off in the distance here. Which may or may not be remotely desirable. We crank that up and everything's a little bit too intense. We are affecting these pixels. Or not. So I'm thinking that's not remotely helpful. I don't think we want bloom. What if we have a tiny amount, 0.01? Well, let us do it. So the thing I want to check out now, signals, player signals, rigid body 3D, body entered, body exited. These are all signals, but they're not really doing anything. We have rock. Ooh, look at that. You see that? That's going to be the answer. We can go to player. No body entered. Rock. On body entered, do this. Now, where did we get to that? I think we just clicked this. So player body entered, we would have to connect it to that signal. But we don't have that facilitated, but we do have this facilitated. And I bet you anything that bot also has that signal connected. Let's find out. Boom. Rigid body 3D, body entered, on body entered. That's connecting to the script. Guardian will not have that set. Boom. Got there. Connect. Connect to script. C# callback code won't be generated. Please add it manually. What's happened now is I have added the callback code, but I'm not calling it, and that's why it ain't doing it. Pick. Attach script. On body entered. Body node. Okay, now it will work. And it's probably also going to look real crazy, but we don't even need to do this test. This is probably fine, except for that now it actually does the thing. We weren't connecting to this, it just existed, but the signal wasn't being sent, and now it is. Phosphorus, my patient has to be, I mean, you can call it incredible. This is just the patience you've got to have if you're in unfamiliar territory. And to some extent, this is unfamiliar territory. Ready? So yay, here we are. We're playing this game. We get to incorporate all the things now. And yeah, don't be caught by the thing. That is a vividly glowing thing. it should also respond to all the other stuff now. So yeah, so it hit that. I got killed by the monster. Everything else looks basically normal, but whoo boy does that glow work. So now what I'd like to do is find out whether I can make the background texture of that look a little bit less insane. And I think I know how to do it. Firstly, we'll bounce out of here. See, here's my glowy thing. I'll get to do some of the work in the last 15 minutes that took all of Tuesday to not be able to do. So, where are we at? We're going back to here is where we're going. We're going to close that and we're going to re-export with an eye to what's now happening. So our colors for this are basically fine. I do get to use alpha. I can probably dial back both of these things a bit because it's so frickin' bright as it goes and we're losing detail there. We don't have to lose as much detail. Then over to what the alpha is actually doing. Let's lose the blur. If we lose that blur, our glow's going to be a little more glittery. And that's probably good. Now, brightness and contrast, that's also going to be a factor. So what we can do is dial bright back just a hair, because we've got it as bright as we need it. Like we're producing this. Our background is very, very vividly intense. In fact, we could probably dial back some of this, like, not that much, but the more of this we have, the more it's going to be lighting up in green and stuff. I don't think we need that. So, pull it back until it's still full intensity, but doesn't have as many vividly green pixels showing up. Then go over here. I wonder whether I can pull this back. I should be looking at the alpha. I can set that to value 1. It should be fine. And I can ramp up contrast just the tiniest of bits. And we still have never saved this blend file, so this is just a tool to be using at the moment. Render the image. Here's my image. Save over the top of the other one. And now we jump in here, and look how different it looks. So that might actually be cause for fooling with it. Or maybe we're good. Because one thing I can do is also go to Guardian itself and fool with the light. Not the Omni light. No. The light of the mesh. This albedo. Pull that back just a hair, and we're casting even more light on top of what was already a lit up thing. That now looks kind of like fire, and we're going to see what that looks like. I have not pitch quantized the beeps that the orbs put out. I'm not sure they're actually in 12 tone. I feel like they might be pretty arbitrary. They're multiplied by a 0 to 255 level, which isn't necessarily pitch quantized at all. And I kind of enjoy how that works. But it's a thought. That is certainly a thought. Alrighty. Here we are. And indeed, we have lost redness to this. But since the rest of it is still working, we can still do stuff with it. Honestly, I do wonder whether maybe it would be a good idea to change the light that this casts. It doesn't have to be glowing in red. It can. In fact, I'm wondering whether maybe I want to go back on some of that and make it glow in red again. So let's see, what did we do? Okay, so that value went smaller. Saturation went from 20 to 10. And we removed stuff on the... we removed this alpha stuff. So maybe one of the things that is happening is that I dialed back the brightness of that by taking value down. So if we take it back to 2, we get back up to full brightness again for the alpha channel. And then there's our red colors. And just for funsies, rotate it around a little bit towards a purpler color. And having done those things, there's the new alpha. I removed the blur. Quick render that sucker out. Now that shows us a nice vivid blue, but before, when I looked at it in Finder, it was a better representation of what was happening in the game. And as I look at it in Finder, that's not very red at all. So I wonder. Back in the Blender. Oh, 8 minutes before I'm done with this stream. Value. Okay, maybe that's going to get me closer. And then that can be 61 or indeed 62 or even more. No, we don't want to do that, do we? Well, 32 gives me back the medium ranges again. So we will, what am I doing saving? I guess it just saved as untitled somewhere. Okay. That's fine. All right, now that should be more intense. I'm not sure I would call it more intense, but we'll see what it looks like in game. It got brighter. It got hella brighter. To the point where I might need to dial it back a hair. And it's really going to full white, isn't it? Doesn't want to dial back much, does it? I'm not sure what texture force sRGB means. Maybe this is based on linear encoding anyhow. And back to ramping it up. Shouldn't hit save until I close that window. Back to game. Back to here and dial it back a hair. That's more than a hair, but we can also play with OmniLight and have it not be so gratuitously just red. Instead, we can fade it off just a hair. And click out of there, hit save. Back to game, it'll look more like this. That's maybe going to be okay. Honestly, over some parts of this it was doing way better, but this is just the iterative process. This is just about fooling around with it and seeing what it does. Oh no, I died before I even started. Well, here's our dude again. It's a lot less visible now than it used to be, but we're getting some glows happening. So I'm going to do a couple of really quick little fusses and then maybe deal with. So there's color. No, we're in light. We want to be in mesh instance. And the color for that, and let's lose the texture force. That's probably going to be enough to get me back into brightly lit up mode. Oh yeah. I honestly feel like maybe this is more intense than it really needed to be. So we'll pull it back a couple of notches here and then look at it over here. And that's still pretty vivid. Although again, like I have now lost all of the redness it used to have, and that's weird to me. I don't know what happened. Player cannot sleep. What are we talking about? But one thing I can do is bounce back into here. And Guardian Rage is 1. And then Impulse times Guardian Rage. And same here. And then here's our acceleration in this direction. And here's where if you shoot it, the Guardian Rage goes up. So the idea of playing this game in this way and not instantly dying to an asteroid is you should be able to just straight up play it without being in too much danger. And then if you do certain things, you have trouble. See, we have this bright light from this glowing thing. I will continue to fool with the visual representation of it, but you can go about your business. Well, if we go flying as fast as possible in this direction, we can go so far that you barely see the Guardian at all. It's just a little dot on the horizon. But, if you do certain things, such as perhaps shoot rocks, maybe is bad for you, maybe you don't want to be shooting rocks. Or currently, if you shoot it, Guardian Rage is now 2. We're going to see it accelerate. And the more we hit it and collisions now work, the more it's going to become a bad mother. This is, of course, assuming that works. We'll find out. I'm liking this light addition to the glow that I see here. So it is somewhat affected by distance. Oh, I ran out of points. Okay, so let's run this one more time, but this time we're going to increment the position by something every time we hit it. That's going to make it go flashy flashy if it's hit by a shot, and that's enough for today. I bet I can make that happen. So, over to Guardian. So if it hits you, you die. So here's physics process. Here's physics counter. Physics counter plus equals distance. And distance is Guardian range divided by acceleration length. And acceleration is how far away you are. But we should be able to ramp that up a bunch. So physics counter increments a certain amount. And then the amount that we're adding, how it cycles, is a factor of range divided by distance. But we can increment it independently of that. So what would be a good amount? Let's say physics counter plus equals like 0.1. And its max is like pi. We could actually have it go even farther than that, but that will at least get a reaction. We'll see it respond if we're actually hitting it. I could maybe even bump that up to 0.2, 0.2. Back into the breach. So this time, if we go to where we can see our scary monster, it's going to be down here somewhere. Yep, there it is. Showing up from behind the asteroid, looking spiffy. Fly over here to where it's visible. We should see that animation do something if the hits are colliding with it. That worked. We're in trouble now. We're not supposed to be hitting it. Gotta run away now. So now, it is very brightly lit, and we have made it very, very angry by shooting at it a bunch. So here's where, like, if you run into one of the bots maybe, or maybe it doesn't like you shooting asteroids, so it gets angrier if you're shooting the asteroids. You can run away, but it's going to be chasing. And we have just made it super angry, and it's going to be possible to make it so that if you shoot it enough, you can't possibly outrun it. I shall demonstrate. Die, copper. Now we're in really, really bad trouble because it's going to be moving faster than I can possibly move. See, Guardian Rage just clamped to anything. And not only am I dead, but it's knocked me into next week. And there you have it. We now have an enemy for the crazy video game and a way of amplifying Guardian Rage according to whatever it is that happens so that we can penalize certain kinds of behavior. And now that we have been killed by it, it's no longer chasing. In fact, it's going away, but it's not going away terribly fast. I could probably also have it cool off its jets and return to a chilled out state through doing that. But for now, that's not a concern because it is 5:04, and so I get to go and have tacos now. But yeah, this has been a day, and I hope you have enjoyed, the 6 of you that are still here, the process through all of this stuff. Honestly, I should have checked that whether the signal is linked before, but like the instant I saw that was different, I was like, yep, that's the thing. That is the thing. I've written a whole routine for this, but I'm not actually connecting it to anything. And so now I can do whatever I want. And we can make this Guardian respond to whatever it wants. There's a lot of possibilities there. But I'll probably derp around with that maybe on my own time a little bit, because we've got plug-in coding things to do next week. And that's going to be interesting in its own right. But until then, I will talk to you later. Bye-bye.